Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Good morning, everyone. Another episode of Stock Dads TV. We have PMI coming up here at 8:30, so in about 15 minutes. And with that, Aaron, I'll let you take it away and kick us off this morning.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Who we got? Miss Tomika, always a pleasure. Mr. Wilf, Peter, Snipe, what's up? Lyle, good morning. Hopefully you're staying warm out there. Give everybody a couple minutes to get in. Lar, good morning. Morning, B Stone, Darren. How are you guys? Hope everybody had a good evening. Ready to roll. Getting into the meat of our week here. RC, good morning. Tiffany, good morning. Oh, friend of Rick. Nice. Welcome. Good morning, Edward. Trust me, there's nothing exciting behind the green door. It's a kitchen. Luke, good morning. Tiffany, are you in New York City too? If you can type, I don't know if you can type. Hoping for a silver pullback. Yeah, I think a lot of us are. But piles of silver back there, just stacking them up. Nate, good morning. Morning. Oh, you're in NYC too? Morning, Rick. Nice. Welcome. Yes, I know. I used that this week, Nate. I used AG this week. I'm in AG right now. Morning, Miss Sabrina. I know. Remember it's $5? That's right, Nate. Yeah, those silver miners. There's another one. What's the other one that I'm watching? HL or HC? Let me see. What is that other one I'm looking at? What was that? HL. That's the other one. It's a little bit more expensive. Yeah, it's up at 24.50, call it. But yeah, AG, gosh, we were talking about that. I remember the day I sent that post out. That was like, isn't that crazy? That's like 2 years ago. It's been a while. All right. Morning, Miss Amanda. Staying warm, I hope. Basking in the Florida sunshine. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's get started, guys. All right. So starting off on news now, we've got a big move. You had AG shares 2 years ago. Ouch. Gotcha. What does your name mean again, Edward? It's like Supreme God or something, or I don't know. It's like it is what it is, or some philosophical something or other, right? I am what I am, or something. I'm sure you'll fill me in on that. All right. Okay. What the hell are we doing here? The thisness of a thing. That's what it is. Thank you. The thisness of a thing. Very good. All right. Okay. So starting off on news. Let me get my right screen up. All right. So CPI. This is our December CPI. Right. This is a big deal. Okay. This is at 8:30. We'll be on the call here and be able to break that down once it comes out. But this is an inflation print. All right. And this is a big deal. So we've got CPI today and PPI tomorrow, both inflation prints, and they will move us around. All right, absolutely. Biggest news events of the week. Okay. So we'll see here as we move forward through the live here what that's going to do to price. But then after all the excitement, don't let this 10 a.m. news event sneak up on you. All right, because we do have new home sales at 10 o'clock. All right, and then 2 p.m. in the afternoon, right, we have President Trump speaking. So it's a pretty big day, right? Pretty big day. I'm really, with everything going on in the world, I'm really curious to, I'll have to make sure to tune into that because I really want to listen to that, see where everything is. All right. So we could have a pretty volatile day. All right, pretty volatile day. All right, so CPI, they're forecasting at 0.3, right? That's for core. That's the more important of the two. All right, so 0.3 put us right up in here. All right, but we'll see. Who knows, right? Who knows? But this year over year, if you drop off the base effect, right, we'd be dropping off January of last year. So what are we going to drop off here? We're going to drop off a 2.9. All right, so they're forecasting 2.7. So we'll see where that falls. That's a rolling calendar year over year, right? Okay. All right, so we'll see where these come in. Now, why is this so important, you ask? Well, funny you should ask. I'll tell you. Because it affects this, right? Here's our probabilities for our rates going into our next meeting. Now, our next meeting is on January 28th, right? I'm going to sneeze here in a second, so I'm just letting you know. Excuse me. Okay, there we go. So we've got a 95% chance of a pause. That's a right now, all right, in January. Now, this is the interesting part, especially with Jay Powell stacking up the wins. With him under investigation. He's out in May. As hell, he might be out before that now. Who knows? But he's out in May regardless. And our first rate cut's priced into June now. Okay, and you can see these are increasing, these percentages for a pause in April and June, right? Those are increasing now. So these CPI and PPI prints are very important as we get closer and closer into our meetings. You know, that's a big deal. That's just fascinating. The rate cut is priced in right after he's out. Now, wouldn't it be interesting that if he gets booted or resigns before May, it'll be interesting to see if these pop over into this rate cut category. All right. So that's where we are. All right. So we'll see here as we get closer to 8:30. All right. Okay. All right. Let me go back to the chat here. Oh, thanks, Edward, for the definition. I appreciate that. Cold front going to be 34 on Friday, or 34 in Florida on Thursday, right? Better go to the store, get milk, eggs, and bread. People are going to be freaking out. Iguanas falling from the trees. Yes. Iguana rodeo is Lord Almighty. Yeah, don't play frisbee with an iguana. That ends badly. By the way, Ed. Yeah, I tried playing frisbee with an iguana. It was an ugly incident. Don't want to talk about it. Thank you, Tamika. All right. I don't know what's happening. If you figure that out, Tamika, what's happening in his brain, just let us know. Thank you for all the bless yous. Yeah. All right. So what have we accomplished? News. Don't play frisbee with an iguana. And I think we're good to get to the charts. All right. Fantastic. Okay. Now, TradingView, I'm guessing that you guys rolled over, didn't you? TradingView rolled over on your VIX? Yes, no, maybe. Is there a great big gap? Is there a great big gap? Yes? Okay. Yeah, I figured you guys did. Okay, so make this easy on everybody. We go through this once a month. All right. So starting off on the VIX, TradingView, you've rolled over. So what that means is, remember the VIX has month-long contracts, all right, and they roll over every month. Well, for some reason, TradingView always rolls them over early. The end of the January contract, which is what we're in, expires next Tuesday. Why do they roll it early? I don't know. So you're going to have to just bear with me here, and you're just going to have to draw from the numbers that I draw from, and it's going to look goofy. Okay? It's going to look goofy. All right. So this is the continuous. All right, this is the continuous contract. Now, if you go to the new one, which is G, as in golf, okay, we're not getting the data we really need right now. The only thing that we were really watching for here on the G contract, okay, was us to break out of this little lows to highs here, which we did yesterday. This little lows to highs, that broke. All right, that broke. So we don't really have the data that we need. Okay, so with that being said, we're going to look at the continuous. So on the continuous, all right, this is what you're going to draw from. All right, we don't need these levels unless it would absolutely scream higher here. Get back to my 15. Okay. So we have broken all of our variations of longs. All right. So we're going to draw, I don't know, from this high, okay, 1660. All right, we're going to draw from 1660. All right. And there's your pullback. All right. Now, right there, this is getting really small. The VIX is really choppy. 1640. Okay, to lows. That's what we're looking at. Okay, so even if it looks goofy, right, you're going to draw from 1640. You will probably have to go to the January contract. I'm guessing on TradingView. I just thought of that. You might have to go back a contract. I love that TradingView does this. You might have to go back a contract if you roll. So what were we in? X? No, we were in F, weren't we? Yes. So go to the F, as in Frank contract. Morning, Ivan. News in 30 seconds here, guys. 40 seconds. Go to the F contract. All right. And you're going to draw from the 1640s on the F, specific F contract. Now, I'm not even going to draw that because we got news here in 20 seconds and I'm probably going to have to delete that draw. All right, so let's just watch the fireworks here. All right, 10 seconds. Talk amongst yourselves. Here we go. I'm going to look at the continuous while this happens. All right, here we go. Okay, that target just got hit.
Right, you guys?
Where do we come in? Let's see.
It's looking good for a potential next leg up. The upside.
Nothing yet.
Example, I'm kind of breaking this down and saying,
oh, jeez, it beat.
Like, all right,
It beat on core.
Looking pretty stacked here. So, like today,
Forecast 0.3 came in at 0.2.
We kind of pulled back yesterday. Caterpillar is looking good.
All right. CPI month over month.
Right. The upside.
0.3, 0.3. CPI year over year. Yeah, that didn't move. 2.7.
looking pretty stacked here.
Okay, so we did beat on the core for the month over month.
Right, we kind of pulled back yesterday,
All right.
Wednesday.
Wow.
Came right to support.
Okay.
In theory, right? We kind of got that same variable lower. This, you can't. It's like not
All right.
as clear as a hammer.
Just giving this time to settle down before we put up, because this just hit a target. So this is going to change things a little bit. All right. Okay, so what we can look at, though, while that's figuring itself out down there, is on the continuous, we do have larger targets below us. All right, from, and hell, we might get down there today. From 1890 to these 1590s, remember we've been in this for a while? So this is on the continuous, you can draw this up. We've got our pullback right here. Now we've got targets down at 1520. Okay, so there are targets below us. All right. So we'll give this time to figure itself out. All right. You know, I was just thinking about something, which is always a dangerous situation, but I was just thinking about this. I bet you lunch that there is not, I bet this group right here, the 50 people or so that we have every day, I bet you guys in the whole TradingView universe are one of the 0.01% of people that actually use VX, and for a reason. So I bet if there was enough people, because TradingView is probably like, why the hell are these people talking about VX, right? I bet if enough people would send in a support request, ask TradingView, please don't roll the contract on VX until it actually expires, I bet there would be some pull, because I bet it would be a new thing. Right? I bet it would. So why don't you guys, if you feel so inclined, just shoot a support request to TradingView and say, can you please not roll the VX, don't call it VIX because they'll get all confused. Can you please not roll the VX contract until it expires? I bet, honestly, think about it. Have you ever heard of anyone else in anywhere in the trading stratus, whatever they want to call it, talking about VX other than myself and here on StockDads? Probably not, right? So I bet they'd be like, oh, hell, we don't care. Nobody else uses it, right? So see if we can do that. How satisfying would that feel if, like, next month on rollover, we threw our weight around and got TradingView to change something like that? Give it a go. Maybe we can pass that around. It's the little things. It's the little things, right, Ed? That would like make my whole world. I'd be so excited about that if we got that done. I'll send one in myself for sure too. We'll do that today. All right, so that's the plan. And then we won't have to worry about this, and it'll make your guys' life a lot easier. And it would feel like really, really cool, right? It would feel like really cool. Kind of get a little chesty about it. What's up? Got TradingView to change. Yep. All right. Anyway. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Because again, I can almost guarantee you nobody else, they'll probably have to look up what the hell are these people talking about. All right. Okay, so here's where we sit now. Oh, we'll go back to F. We'll go back to F. There we go. All right. So here's where we are. 20 points depending on ES. Gotcha. Okay. All right, so there was our little pullback right there. So this is what we're going to watch. we've got two resistance levels that are going to be above us, unless we get to these. Remember, it's these 1520s. That's a profit target, right? If you're looking at just F, these 1520s are a profit target on the continuous. So if you're looking at just F, this is what we're going to work off of here. Now, follow me, okay? So we've got our resistance, obviously that held. That's gone to and through a target, right? So could we start going straight down in extensions? Yes, we could. We don't know these are here yet, right? We don't know these are here yet. But if we do see them start to defend, right, we're going straight down in extensions, and don't try to pick a top on the indices today. If we start going down in these extensions, right? Now, if those extensions break, which we don't know they're there yet, the next in a series of measured moves is going to be from our high inside of this previous move. This is up at 1625. Okay, to lows. You can see they're not that far apart. Now, if those would break, right? Morning, Art. If those would break, do we have the whole family here, Ivan? Sabrina, get the whole family in. Speaking of whole families, Amanda, where's Frank? Is he still sleeping on the beach somewhere? Get all the families in here. All right. If these break, we got to be aware that we come halfway back on the week. Okay, so here's halfway back on the week up here. Right. I know that looks messy, but just follow the progression, right? Have our extension that we don't really know this is here yet. I got you, Amanda. Okay. All right, I've been adopted. All right. This is one of the times that I would go down to the 5 minute to watch here. All right. So we've got the extension that we don't really know is there yet, but we'll watch it, see if we start to sell off from it. And then we've got our next measured move in our series, which is up here at these 16s, right? And then if those break, we know where we go. We go halfway back. Right? So, all right, so we'll see as we move into the rest of the call here. We got to kind of get Boogie in, but there we go. All right, so moving on to our financials. Bank is still in longs, okay? We're in our halfway back. Imagine if I'm saying this in like November. We're still in our halfway back on the year, or halfway back in the year still defending. That'd be crazy. This is our low of 2026 right here to our highs. Okay, there's our halfway back on the year. All right. So we'll see where bank opens up, what direction it gets moving. Right. Remember, when our financials are rising, right? That's a positive environment. The sails are open on the ship, ready to go. Indices are free to go forward. If bank is falling, it's like an anchor, right? It just makes it real hard for the indices to go up, easier to drift backwards. Okay? All right. So we'll see where we open up, but we are in our long, our halfway back long on the year. Imagine, seriously, like, this would be funny if all we're doing all year is like trailing halfway back on the year. Can you imagine where our markets would be? Whew, mercy. All right, that's kind of a cool thought, but anyway, we'll see. All right. Okay, now moving on to the ES. Okay, so here's where we are. Okay, we just hit a profit target. We had almost a couple of them. All right, this is what we're watching. Now, obviously, we're watching the VIX, right? That's our leading indicator. But the series that we're in, where's this? Almost got there. Okay, the most recent move that we're in is from halfway back in the year, January 2nd to our highs on the 7th. There's our pullback, right? That's that target, 70, 39, 50. Okay, haven't hit it yet. All right, haven't hit it yet. Now, we don't have necessarily a series going up. This is more or less a range, okay? But you can see the reactions that we're having are straight off of these pullbacks on the VIX, right? They're straight off those pullbacks. So we don't necessarily have a long from lows that we're watching. All right, so what we can watch going into the morning are our gap fill statistics, right? So 16, 26, 36. We need 36 up here. Can I get it? Get it, get it, get it, get it. Perfect. No, almost. All right, so there's our 20 points away. All right, so this is what we're going to use going into the morning. If we open within these 20 points, okay, I'm going to get rid of this because that'll get confusing. All right, within these 20 points, we've got about a 70% chance of this gap filling, right? If for some reason at 9:30 we open outside of these 20 points today, that's just the probabilities aren't there. That means the VIX is crashing and we're going to lift off. All right, might make a shallow pullback, right? But not much. Okay. Now, again, the one thing that we're going to have to watch, there is this previous high down here, right? If we do make a pullback, right? There's that previous high, dipped into it, then it became support, prior resistance becomes support. Okay, so we do have to watch that if we do make this pullback. Now, if we do make this pullback, you know, bet your rear end that you're going to see profit taking at this gap fill, right? So that's what we're watching going into the morning. But that was a hell of a nice entry if you had the stones to throw an order out there at 20 points with this thing screaming up at you after the news. Good luck to you. It's not me. But that obviously was obviously a great entry, right? We'll see if we open within those 20 points. All right, there's an echo. Let me see. I've got mine muted. Anybody else have an echo? Echo Brain. There's an obscure band name. Anybody know what Echo Brain was? Whose band that was? This is a way obscure reference. All right. 3 past evals on the news. Wow. You go ahead. Nice. At various times, you knew what that was, and this is even more obscure reference. That was Jason Newsted's offshoot band. Anybody know who Jason Newsted is? All right. No? Okay. That one's going way over everybody's head. All right. So we'll see if this thing climbs back. If this thing climbs back up into these 20 points, it might give us another entry. Right? It might give us another entry today. Did we break that extension already? Yeah, I'm just going to get rid of this because it's too tight. So we're going to watch from these overnight, these 5. There we go. Nice. Yes. Bass play. Very nice. Jason Newsted. Yes. It was Jason Newsted's offshoot band. When he left, it was called Echo Brain. I've never heard one of their songs. I saw an interview about it on a thread I was watching, and that's the only reason I'm talking about it. Yeah. He used to play for Floyds and Jets. Newsted did? I've never heard of Floyds and Jets. Newsted was a genius. Like, he was, number one, he had to follow Cliff Burton, which he walked into a losing battle right away. But, I mean, he's a musician, that guy. I mean, it's pretty cool. He looks like a, you know, he's been rode hard, put up wet, but he's a really smart dude. If you listen to him speak and stuff, he's a really smart dude. Yeah, nobody can replace Cliff Burton. Exactly. Man, we're going old school here. A lot of these people weren't even alive with what we're talking about. Okay. Wow. you never know what path we're going down here on pre-market. Okay, so we'll see. This is what I'm going to use, right? These 1625s to lows. All right. You can look at it on the F contract. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that gap fill right there. All right, here's the NASDAQ, falls right into place. Right here's the long from halfway back in the year. Last Friday's lows to highs, pullback. We just don't see how it's a range, right? Now we've dipped into the top of the range. So we really wouldn't want to trust that middle, right? So we'll just let the gap fill and the ES be our guide. All right, outside of those 20 points, right? We're going to trade away from the fill. Inside of those 20 points, right? Then we could, fall in the direction of the fill. And you're going to see the NASDAQ do the same thing. All right. So it's all about these 20 points right here. Man, I hope we don't go fill that right now. And then we sit on top of it. Tamika, that's... All right. So we'll see if we get another entry. Congrats if you got in. All right. Now, moving on to the YM and the Russells. Okay, a little bit different. All right, here's the YM. All right, this is halfway back in the year. All right, and you can see it's trending a little bit better, but still nothing, right? Because there's a high up here that we didn't get through. Now, if bank opens up and lifts off of that long that it's in, you're going to see the YM and the Russells take off. That'll be a beautiful sight. Okay? If bank opens up and starts to falter, then you're going to see us weaken out of this, right? So that's what we'll have to watch going into the morning. Okay, but this dip into highs isn't a good look. All right, that's not a good look right there. All right, so just watch bank when we open up again. Like I say, if you're trading the YM and the Russells and you're not using bank, you're just making it too hard on yourself. Right. All right, so yeah, so that's not a good look right now. I'm not drawing up this long from lows because we touched the top of the range. Right. Okay, moving on to the Russells. Russells has been a fantastic trading instrument. Holy cow, look at that target hit. Fantastic trading instrument for the past couple of months. So, don't sleep on the Russells. If you're ever curious what the ticker symbol and on the value and all that is, look on my pinned messages. I've got it all on there for you. Okay. So the Russells just hit this target. Hit all of them. We still got one up there. But we're going to trail. Where's this one? Yeah, we went through that. We're going to trail these intraday moves right now. Now, there could be an extension long from up here. Let me get rid of this. Yeah, it's knocking out a bunch of these. So we're going to have to pay attention there. But we can trail these intraday moves, these little stair steps from our lows here on the 9th. Okay, to our highs. These are the little stair steps we're going up in. But see how these are worker bee moves? What I mean by that, these are worker bee moves. These are smaller moves inside of these bigger ones, and these bigger targets are getting hit. This one to the tick. How cool is that when that always happens like that to the tick? So we're going to trail these worker bee moves, and we know if they break, we're going to make a larger pullback. Right? We know we're going to make a larger pullback. There could be this highs to highs from the high on December 12th. And that's almost right at that worker bee support level too. So we've got a couple support levels right there. All right, but again, watch bank. Right, we'll see where bank opens up, what direction. If bank opens up and lifts off of that long, you're going to see the YM and the Russells take off. So remember where bank is, right? It's right at this long setup. It's right at this halfway back on the year. Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks, Peter. With news like this, could be a gap and go type of day. Yeah, and the gap and go, we'll just let price tell us, right? Just let price tell us. If we open outside of 20, then we have the probability of a gap and go. If we open inside of 20, right, the probability, say 70%, we're going to fill the gap. All right, so we'll just let price tell us, as we always talk about. Price will tell us everything we need to know. Right, but if we open outside of 20, yeah, we're looking at the potential of a gap and go type day. Inside, well, shoot, we're already filling this darn thing right now. Remember, the gap is still in play until it fills during market hours, regular market hours. Okay. All right. Okay. Any questions? VIX bank indices? Anybody? Somebody said, was it Nate? There's a video in the background. Is there a video in the background? I don't have a video.
There was earlier, Aaron. I was accidentally exporting something, and PMI candle popped, and I got distracted, and then I let the audio play when I didn't mean to. Yeah, but it's been good for a while now. Should be good for at least. It should have been good for a while now.
Was it a good video? Like, was it exciting?
It was just Jordan last week was talking about a caterpillar swing he was trading, and it worked out. He ended up hitting all his profit targets. So I was taking that clip from the stream on Thursday and pulling it out so I could send it to him. And
it was a good video. Well, there you go.
Yeah, so there you go. Maybe you learned something. There you
go. Exactly. We're nothing but education here, people.
that was a my bad.
All right. Okay. Any questions, guys? VIX bank indices before I move on. Everybody. Okay. Moving on to Bitcoin. Not doing anything. Okay. It's getting exciting though. All right. It's making us all kind of sit on the edge of our seat. But no. No. Just pull back into its resistance level again. All right, so this resistance, now we've got monster resistance levels above us. But the high on the 5th to the low on the 8th, squeeze back in, didn't break. Got smacked out of there again. All right, I wanted to point this out. I've got a couple minutes. All you stock chart people, right? And this is a whole different, don't have me go down this rabbit hole. But I'm just always curious. Do you stock chart people see what this is right here? Stock chart people see what that is? If you know that, let me draw a line. You guys know what that is? Anybody? All you stock chart guys? Yes, it's a channel. Now, a pennant looks like a pennant. Yes, thank you, Nate. It's a bear flag. That's the bear flag right there. So in stock chart world, that's bearish. Bull flag, no, you're on the opposite side, Peter. Bull flag, there's the flagpole, there's the bear flag. Okay. Other way for bull flag, it'd go up and then you'd have this little flag on the way down and then back up. Yes, it does look bearish. Yes, that's what that is. Now, again, we're talking about futures markets. We're talking about price. But I like to show you guys all those stock chart patterns because when you realize the underlying reason that they occur, which is a series of measured moves inside of our markets that create these patterns, I think that's kind of cool for you guys to see that. Okay. It's the ascending water moccasin. No, I don't think that's what it is. That's very similar though to the very elusive Loch Ness Monster pattern, Ed, that we've talked about. The ascending water moccasin. Jesus. I try to do it with a straight face, and I try to keep it the dry humor, but sometimes I just can't. But yes, the ascending water moccasin is very similar to the very rare Loch Ness Monster pattern. All right, guide. So yeah, I just try to show you guys what creates these stock chart patterns, and it's kind of cool. It's fascinating, right? It's fascinating. So anyway, yeah, we slammed right into our resistance again. All right, so we'll see. Now if this breaks, it's going to squeeze, right? There'll definitely be a squeeze up in here. All right, but as of now, nothing's broken. Okay, so moving on to crude oil. Now crude oil's taken off. All right, we were talking about this down here when we had this dip into lows, right? That we had a lot of room. Well, there's a lot of room, and I'm not in. Here's the next measured move inside of this. Now we've got resistance way up here, these 63.25. Okay, but the next measured move inside of this, we're just going up in a series of stair steps here. So from this low on Monday, this is halfway back in the week. All right. So we'll see. That'd be our next one that we know about. Now, did we go through the target? Yes. We went through the target. Could there be an extension? Yes. Do we know it's there yet? No. So I'm just going on the safe side. Now, if this breaks, we're making a halfway back pullback, simply because we broke out of a short setup over here. Okay. So that's what we're watching. That's what I'm watching right there. If we get a 1 hour bar to maybe close green right there, I'll look to see if I can get long and jump in that trend. All right, so there's crude oil making its next pullback. Gold and silver doing gold and silver stuff. All right, gold hit a target, hit a monster target. All right, from our highs on April 22nd to our highs on October 21st, boom, there's the target right there. We hit it. Okay, so we did go through it a little bit. All right, so we know that there could be this possible highs to highs down here. Okay, from that high on October 20th. Okay, get up there. All right, that could be down there now, but we've been going up in this daily series, right? So we had our pullback here, boom, that blew through its target. So there's a highs to highs right here that's been holding. We drew this up yesterday. There's number one, target. There's number two. So that's what's holding us up. That's what's holding us up right there. So that's what we're looking at for gold. Absolutely in longs, no long is broken. Okay, targets are up here, these 46.70s for this move right here. All right, that's all we know right now. That's all we know. This has a beeping light or blinking light up there. And that's where it's supposed to go. That's all we know right now. All right, we don't know how long it's going to take. We just know that once we trade it down here, as long as we stay above these 45.61s, that we've got a big blinky light up here that we're trying to get to. Okay? So there's gold, silver, just doing silver stuff, right? Silver's underlying fundamental, like bad things could happen here on silver. They're raging, the raging Cajuns. They're raising margins again. They're trying to raise margins again. Okay, meaning you have to have, everybody's, if you trade your own money, you have to have a certain amount in there to cover the margin to trade futures. They're wanting to raise it again on silver. They've already raised it 2 weeks ago, I think. Okay. Why do you think? What's my anchor on crude oil? Amanda. It is this 58.45. 58.45 to highs. All right. Extensions, extensions, we don't know they're there until they trade. And we've got to watch them trade, right? Unless they've been used before. Okay, unless that anchor has been used before. Yeah, we don't blindly trust the extensions. And again, unless they've already traded once to a target. Where was I? Oh, silver. Raising the margin on silver again. Why do you think they're doing that? If you work that problem backwards, why do you think they're trying to raise margins again on silver? What would they be trying to stop, or what would they be trying to control? Because remember what futures instruments do if you let them expire or you exercise them. All right, if you exercise a futures contract, if you own a futures contract and you exercise it or you let it expire, what happens? Anybody? We've made this joke about cattle before. Like if you let your cattle futures contract expire, you get delivered cows. What would happen with all these speculators buying futures contracts on silver? What would their end goal be? Delivery. Yes, they want the physical. They want the physical precious metal. Right? So if you're raising margin requirements, again, then you're trying to shuffle out a portion of investors that are buying futures contracts to get delivery of physical silver. Because it's not there. We all know that, right? Like it's not there. Yeah, because the big thing, Amanda, is there isn't enough. Right? It's just like a bank doesn't keep, if everybody went into the bank and asked for their money, they couldn't do it. Well, it's the same thing with the, LBMA and whatever, COMEX, whatever you want to, institution you want to throw in there. There isn't enough. Right? So if there's a run on silver, if there's a run on the physical metal, somebody's going insolvent because they don't have it. Right? So isn't that interesting? So anyway, what's that going to do to price? Well, Econ 101 says that's going to drive the price higher. Limited supply, right? So anyway, long story short on that, I'm not an economist. I just play one on Stock Dads TV. But here's the extension long run. We'll go back to what price is telling us. Extension long from our highs on Friday. The highs, there it was, traded perfectly last night. Isn't that awesome? We drew that up yesterday and it traded right to the tick. There's our target. Okay, so that target's hit. You can start to see some profit taking right there. All right, so we're just going to go same anchor new high. Right? If this goes through, we can, draw new highs to highs. But isn't that awesome? I'm going to leave that right there because I don't want to. We'll see if this pushes through or not. All right. So there's gold and silver real quick. Our dollar hasn't done much. Okay. It's kind of stuck. Here's DXY. Right. Not the dollar, but we're just kind of stuck between a long and a short. Right. This falling, dollar weakness, rising, dollar strength. All right. Dollar yen going straight up. Okay. Its next extension long, it already traded one to a target. Right. From those highs. Traded right there. Boom. Boom. Actually, no, this is the new one. We hit this right here. That's a daily profit target. So here's our new daily extension long. All right. From December 19th to highs. There's our new daily. We deleted, this is the other one we had that had already traded. So we deleted that. So there we go. All right, so that's what we're watching. We got front run right there on the news. Right there. All right, so there's the dollar yen. This rising, dollar strength, falling, dollar weakness most of the time. All right, here's the euro. It did not break. Okay, the euro is trapped. And hopefully this will resolve today because there's a lot of opportunities here. All right, the euro is trapped between this long and this short. All right, short there, long there. We'll see if this resolves today. British pound making that pullback, right? But it still hasn't broken the short. See that? That's a very pretty looking rollover right there. But we'll see. We'll see coming out of that. All right, these dollar yen or euro and British pound falling, dollar weakness, those rising, dollar strength. All right, see if we got anything cooking here. Nothing crazy. There's our pullback. We're watching from our overnight highs, right? Those 1625s to lows. Then we've got our larger resistance above us. Look at that. We traded right up into it. Matumboed right out of there. All right, we'll see if we get another stretch away from the fill. Right? See if we get another entry. Okay. Any questions? Gold formed naturally and how rare it actually is electrocuted by extreme cosmic events such as star collisions. Really? It gets to Earth via meteorites. That's very cool. I'm not doubting you, Amanda. Very cool. Star collisions. Really? Okay. Very interesting. I learned. See, these are the education you get on these morning lives. It just can't put a dollar amount on it. You really can't. All right. Okay. 10 points, stretched away 10 points. Yeah. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Yeah, it did, didn't it? All right. Okay. Any questions? Everybody do have to jump off here, guys. Everybody good? I'll put these draws up here in a second. Everybody good? Remember, we got news at 10, right? News at 10, so don't let that sneak up on you.
What's at 10, Aaron? Right? What news is at 10?
New home sales.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, news at 10 o'clock, so don't let that sneak up on you as your happy butt gets going through your morning, and then you're like, oops, forgot about news. All right, thanks, everybody. Thanks, Tyler.
Yep, thank you. All right, sounds good, guys.
All right, see you guys.
See you, Aaron. Thank you. Aaron, or not Aaron. Everyone, we're going to be right back. We have Zach here to trade with us live today. Excited to get things going. I'm just going to step away real quick, get his camera and his chart added here, and then we'll be right back in just a couple minutes, so don't go anywhere. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with Zach. How you doing, Zach? Good morning.
What's up? Good morning. Good morning.
We're here for some live trading today. I'm over here nursing my wounds after the Steelers loss. Zach and I were discussing that a little bit. But the market looks good. I actually locked out Zach, you weren't on yesterday, but I talked about this. We had talked about the one small decision leading to like a domino effect of bad things. Like I was doing well in the Tradeify account. I had gone 4 max winning days. And I even said on stream that I needed to size down and take it slow on the account because you start getting closer to the payout. You start to push a little more, right? You want to get there. And then that evening, I traded the overnight session, removed my daily loss limit, went on like a little spiral, hit my daily loss limit. So, which is a soft breach, but then I made my max win the last 2 days. So we're back where we were, one day away from the payout with a little learning lesson there. But so that's where we're at in that. So I'm going to be focusing on options today during the New York session. But if you want to go ahead and dive into whatever you're looking at today, I would love to hear it.
Yeah. So also, it's funny you say that because I'm doing this futures webinar, and one of the things that I created in the end of last year, which I'll be sharing with everybody today, is I actually made a prop firm guide. Essentially, it's like a 50K guide, and I just use the 50K accounts. I think, relatively speaking, in the industry, they're the most common, so I just wanted to make it very in depth for that.
I think a lot of the times they have the best sort of drawdown to profit target to payout ratio when you really look into it.
Absolutely. So that's why I think 50K is the best. It's personally all I use. So I made this guide, and so I tried to incorporate pretty much everything that I could possibly think of, all the mistakes that I made, through time, and just really try to have everything in there. So one of the things that I covered in the guide, which I'm going to talk about today during the webinar, is something that I basically call dynamic sizing. And the dynamic sizing, I always talk about, reverse engineering your positions based on the stop, right? So if it's a 50-point stop, can still make the trade valid, but you need a smaller size. But now this takes it a step further. The guide gives you different zones. So it basically says, like, was yesterday a winning day? Was yesterday a losing day? Do you have a buffer on the day? Do you not have a buffer on the day? How close are you to your payout? And it basically has a scoring system. And so if you score over X amount of points, you can use normal size. If you're underneath a certain amount of points, then you have to size down. And so some of those things are good things that you're actually sizing down for, because one of them, for example, is you're 1 day away from a payout. You're $200 away from a payout. So this is what I call the dynamic sizing guide.
That's cool.
Very interesting. Yeah. And, it's some stuff that I've done just naturally when I trade prop firms, but I never have been able to, like, put it into words, I guess, as far as like how to actually implement it. So this is pretty cool here, because it's a straightforward guide, and so I'm excited to talk about that a little bit.
Nice. Yeah, that sounds super valuable and super interesting. So yeah, I'm super excited to see that and get my hands on that, because as we've talked about, right, that's kind of one of my goals this year, kind of spread my wealth amongst prop firms. So that sounds awesome.
Yeah, no, it definitely is awesome. And again, it's stuff that I just do, second nature, but it's, I realize, these are some things that I do that I haven't really explained, and how to explain them. Anyway, so I'm gonna get into that tonight, so hopefully everyone watching can tune in.
Yeah, if you guys weren't on, last night, Zach kicked off his free futures and prop firm boot camp. Last night was more of kind of like the basic stuff, beginner stuff, but he's going to really start diving into the meat of it and getting into the value tonight. So make sure you guys are there. If you need the link, I'll drop the link in the chat here if anybody wants to register. Is that the best way to get the link for the webinar, Zach?
Yeah.
On that? Okay.
Yeah. If you just register, it'll be sent to you. If you joined yesterday, it's gonna be the same link, so no worries about having to do that again. But anyway, so heading into the day here, a bit of volatility, right? We have a pretty wide range here the last 45 minutes or so, hour, heading into the market open, which is something that I personally don't like. There is a recording from last night, Michael. The only thing I will say is I know they want to do some stuff with this boot camp, and so I know they're not going to release it. I don't think until they're all done. So tonight's session and tomorrow's session, they're going to edit it up and then they're going to release it. So it might be a little bit, but it is recorded. Anyway, so talking again about the markets here, we're kind of in a weird spot because we had a 150-point rocket ship, and now we're kind of halfway retraced back in this range. As of now, ES and NQ are a bit differing here. ES is like right at yesterday high, NQ is not quite there. We rejected it. The QQQ is not quite at yesterday high, but the SPY as of now is gapping over it. So a bit of a difference there. The Russell, in my opinion, is what I'm going to be focusing on most today. I do anticipate some type of small pullback at some point. So as long as the Russell can hold like 2648, 2650 area, I'd be looking for longs there. I'd be targeting the pre-market spike highs around that 2676-ish area, 77 area. The Dow is also interesting if we could break back above the highs, but I think the Russell's a bit better. And then, as always, gold and silver has been insanely volatile. It quite literally doesn't really matter where it's going, how it's going. We have enough volatility. You can make money in any direction with literally just one 5-minute candle with just 1 or 2 micros. So, basically, my plan the last couple weeks for gold and silver during session is let them open up, let the opening print develop, see, first couple candles usually dictate the direction, at least temporarily. If we dip, we usually fade to the higher time frame EMAs. If we rally, we usually rally, and then the EMAs catch up. So I'll let that happen. I will say, though, that it's getting to the point with silver where it's really becoming like parabolic territory. We're getting close to what I would, where I would look for a short. Not quite yet. I would say if we have a strong day today, 1 to 2 more strong days, I'd look for a short. I do know also that there's like fundamentals behind silver where, we could basically not have enough to cover. I'm not totally versed in that. However, I do believe that if it does get to a critical point on the chart, naturally there'll be a critical point fundamentally. And then I think it might get manipulated back to the downside. But for now, it really doesn't matter because there's so much volatility intraday where you can make money with literally one 5-minute candle. And then talking now about the individual names. I don't have a ton on watch here, but I do have some new names. Number 1 here is MP. I like this one here. The daily's flipped up, the weekly's flipping up here, and the monthly broke last month high. So we have the components for the long. I've had this little, multi-month base going on here where it had this, big move, big retrace, right? And now it's looking good. So we're above yesterday high. We're above this little 67.34 level. As long as we can do, get a gap above here, some type of dip back above the opening print looking for longs, targeting the 69.7 and then up towards 72.73. On a swing, can target like 77 and 81, and then above 81, which is like basically the top of this mini range before the fake breakout. Above there probably sends it back to the all-time high, but I would expect 80, 81 area to be very big resistance. So definitely like this name. Daily buy set above the daily 8 EMA, again, all the components as I mentioned before. Next up is NVTS. This is another name with similar characteristics. We've kind of, based for about 2 months here. Excuse me. And we've basically spent 4 or 5 days going sideways and now gapping above these highs after a daily 8 EMA retest with a failure to go lower. So I'd be looking for some type of mini spike down to retest these highs back above the opening print for longs. Small little level here, 11 point. Main level I'm watching here is this $12 kind of gap fill area. And then above there, 13.8. And then above that little 13.8s, I'm assuming we're going to get back to these previous pivot highs in here. So this is a really good looking chart. I like when we kind of are at the top of a base range and we spend time consolidating, especially now we have this failure to go lower. So that's a really good looking chart in there. And then I have a couple other names. Nebus is one that I was watching. This one is best with a gap above 108.6s. It doesn't look like we're going to get that. I do have an alert. However, if we don't get the gap over, I probably will need an hourly close above. If we don't get the hourly close above, I will not take it because we had a pretty wide range bar yesterday. So unless we get the gap over, or we can just kind of gap and go, not going to be overly pressing that one. So we'll see. We will see if that sets up last minute, but otherwise, I'm gonna pass. Then I have a bunch of swings open, so that's why I'm not overly concerned with new entries. Um, I have some chime. As we know, this daily's just been consolidating, still looks valid. I opened some of this yesterday. I've never traded this ticker. However, I've been waiting for it to break the previous all-time high, LQDA. LQDA had all-time highs way back in 2018. So we basically have spent the last almost decade just kind of consolidating and basing. Now we're finally starting to see that range expansion back to the highs. We broke the all-time high, so I'm looking for continuation there. Daily just flipped, weekly failure to go lower. We have all the components again needed there. What else do we have? Oh, we have DOCN. I took a trim in this name yesterday. I was actually talking about this name a lot. I think last stream I was on here. And that's when we initially took the entry, was last Tuesday.
Oh yeah, I remember this. I saw you post this on Instagram, and I remember we did talk about this name.
Yes, for sure. So we had a nice impulse, a couple days of consolidation, and then we got that impulse up. And this was the first big target around 56 gap fill. That was my first trim yesterday for about 50% profit. Above this $56 area, my next main target 60 to 62. And then realistically, I'd probably close there and look for a new strike, because above 62 probably starts the rampage back to the all-time highs, breaking this multi-year bottoming base. So I definitely like that. And then I have one trade which is a bit broken right now in a firm, got caught in a pretty nasty sell-off. Took entry yesterday around like 80, 81, took a little bit of an ad near the daily 8, around 79. Then I took an ad at the daily 20 for a day trade, made about 15-20% there, closed that. So I have a little bit of a cushion, but pretty extended bar to the downside yesterday, still holding. But we'll see how that goes, and we'll see if we get an entry today. And that's pretty much all for me.
Nice, man. All right, good stuff. Lots to look at. We got 3 minutes till market open here. I was able to hold my QQQ well yesterday, for those of you that were on, and make some money on options with those. Keeping an eye on Chevron CVX. You look at the higher time frame chart, like this weekly has just been kind of in this wicked range here. We have the added news with Venezuela. Chevron is already set up in Venezuela. They already are. So I would like to see if Chevron could get a pullback here into 162.89s. That tries to hold. It definitely has some room up above. We'll see how it goes.
I think that my win rate on oil-related stocks is like 5%.
I never trade them. I'm literally just like, I know oil's been getting juiced with all kind of these this Venezuela stuff. So I'm like, and I'm looking at the Chevron chart, and I'm like, man, it's been like really consolidating for weeks. If this could lead to a breakout with them, who knows if it will or it won't. But if it does get a breakout, it looks like it's a name that could get moving.
Yeah, NQ with a pretty nasty reach.
Yeah, everything kind of selling here right before market open.
Yeah.
I got this is NQ. Let me make sure. Yeah, that would be, because that's not the last hour. NQ, we have the level at 25,996.25, and that's exactly where we rejected. You can see.
Yep, right there, plus ES yesterday high.
Yep. Yeah, so you can see the NQ level here from yesterday, and then you can see the projection right there, very clean. So we'll see. Right now, it's we've now sold back into the overnight opening print. That's what this dotted yellow line is. It's right around yesterday's close as well. So still near the highs of this kind of range we've been in. Let's see if we can, we broke it briefly yesterday. See if we'll get any follow through, or if we'll fade back into the range.
So I'll be watching mostly MP here at the bell. NVTS also, but it needs a little bit deeper of a retrace, so we'll see. But MP, interesting if we can get a small dip here.
concerns that Chevron could just take off on me here above previous day's high.
Ooh, pretty nasty on NQ. And NVTS is kind of just moving. Here's MP. Let's see if we get back over the opening print. Watching the next week's $70 calls for
MP.
Yep. They're a little spready. We did just retest previous day high. Give it a moment here. Because the indices are a little shaky. NVTS coming down here too. Check that contract out.
I bought 2 Chevron 170 calls for next week. So they're at $96, so only $200 of risk on it. I'm sorry, they were only at $67. 64 is my fill. Jeez, figure it out. So next week, 170s at 64.
Looking at the next week, $11 calls for NVTS on just a small account is what I'm looking at right now. Get down to the hourly 8. All right, guys, I bought 10 of the next week $11 calls for the stack. I'm not buying any of my personal just yet. 0.24, 0.42 fill, excuse me. Just because we're getting down to that hourly 8, so I don't mind that. MP is looking to shape up here, so I may take some here, guys, on the normal accounts. They're a little spready though, the next week's. It's the only problem, but I do like this setup here. Let's see if I can get the fill. I tried for 255, no dice. Let's try 2. I tried 255 fill. Then I tried 275 fill. All right, I just got filled there at 2.7, guys, for some next week calls for MP, the $70 calls. I like how we just retested previous day high. We got back over the opening print. Could be a pause bar here potentially, but I do like this here. So as you can see, we got that failure to go lower. I want to see the dip back above the opening print. We tested level, tested previous day. Now we're moving a little here. Made new highs on that little spike. So that's also good. We always like to see the first 5-minute high get taken out. The Dow with a bit of a nasty reversal.
Starting the cues here to see what we got up above.
So above 628's got 630.6s, 632.8s. And then NQ still has a 26,100 level. I think we were talking about that level last week.
Yeah.
Too. Still doesn't want to get there yet.
We do have the data wick here. Just think about maybe trying a little scalp aiming for the data wick high. There's news at 10, I believe.
Also, guys, for the MP, I don't know if I said it or not, but I just typed it just to reiterate. I'm leaving room for one small ad in case we do want to gap fill at 65 sevens. Not sure if we want to, but in case we do, I'm leaving room for one ad. Everything's kind of fading now. Russell, Dow. NQ's kind of hanging in.
Yeah, it's holding up better than the others.
Absolutely.
NQ making new highs here.
MP swept the highs and fading, so it could want that 5-minute 8 or gap fill, so we'll see. All right, DOCM breaking yesterday high, it's nice. We had 5 more contracts on the SAC of the NVTS at 0.36. I still haven't taken out my normal count yet.
Qs here, almost up to their data wick high.
DOCN is pushing now. I just took a trim on DOCN, guys, at 5.1 for those following that trade. Two $20.55 calls at 5.1. I sold one contract of DOCN on the SAC for 3.8.
Chevron's still holding previous day's high, but it's something I'm going to be trading more as a swing here, as long as it holds over 162.89.
Chart looks valid. Weekly
Yeah.
inside bar, but aside from that,
Yeah.
held the pullback.
Yeah, previous week has that big lower wick. See if it can.
Yeah. Still
See,
has.
I got next week's too, so I got a little bit of time on them.
Mm-hmm.
Breaking new highs there. They try a few QQQs as well, which got off to a nice start here, but that's not what we wanted to see.
Whoa.
That's a harsh rejection.
Oh yeah. What the heck is that? Yeah, that was pretty nasty. That was a almost an 80.2-minute bar.
Home sales isn't until 10 a.m., so that's still not for 16 minutes.
Right near that hourly 8 now for SPY.
Oh, Chevron's taking off here. Looks pretty good.
MP just retested the 5-minute 8.
I think he's still battling with this 25,996 level here. Ideally on Chevron, I'd like to hold these up to 167.43s before I was looking at trim.
All right. I think I'm gonna take my ad here, guys, on MP. Right, that 5-minute 8. Not quite the gap fill, but this is kind of where I would take the ad. So average now is like 255. That's a good ad there, at least so far. Wow, gold and silver are just absolutely soaring.
Really? I don't really
Yeah.
watch them all that often.
I haven't taken anything, but they are just
Oh, wow, yeah.
ripping.
What is silver futures? SI?
Yep.
Choo.
Didn't need this ever work. Let's see. Not quite yet.
Thank you. Trying the hardest out of the indices to hold up here.
Mm-hmm. SPY pretty much just tagged that hourly 8 EMA there, which is what that little dumpy was. So needs to hold right here. Otherwise, we do have another like 12 to 15 points of downside if it wants.
Chevron 30 cents here away from the first target. I'm going to try to hold through it. The contracts are up about 25% right now. Has been a strong area of resistance on Chevron. You can see the level here. Harsh rejection, harsh rejection. So,
Yeah, nasty move.
yeah, Dallas selling pretty hard.
Yeah.
NQs looks like it's starting to give it up.
And from those highs, Dow's down 350 just from the market open highs.
Yeah. Really like the relative strength on Chevron here too, as the market's kind of indices kind of looking ugly, selling across the board. It's holding its strength really well, not flinching at all.
Yeah, Russell making new lows, Dow making new lows, ES only market and no new lows is the NASDAQ. But this is kind of why I don't love these data releases in the morning. We literally got what, 1 point, 2 points shy of that data spike high and then nasty reversal.
Yep.
On NQ, ES was a bit further.
Chevron up to, in the 165s here. Very nice push on this. Cons at 42, 43% here.
Nice. Nice, nice.
65 to 93 currently.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Considering.
Yeah, for sure. Next week too, yeah.
Yeah.
Held VWAP in previous day's high. We'll see here. We're right into the resistance. See if it keeps trucking. Yeah, I was just about to ask you if you changed something because I heard like a little kind of feedback, but it all went away. It's good now.
I just muted my mic real quick because I.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, when it whatever you muted your mic, it got like a little bit of feedback in my headphones, but it went away. It's all good.
Okay. What I think? Thank you. Trying to battle right above the opening print area.
Mm-hmm.
It's not looking great though. Especially that Dow. That Dow is nasty.
AMD strong today. AMD, Intel, Google. Strong names, but
NQ's cracking that opening print.
mm-hmm. See if it
hold
holds or
on.
breaks down here.
MP rejected that 67 threes. Need to get back over there. Back over there. Back over opening print. We should be all right. But obviously, with this market selling, it makes it a little tough.
Q's trying to hold OP here.
I think you said we had some data as well coming in.
Yeah, home sales at 10, so that's 7 minutes.
Alrighty.
And then since I'm in a Chevron position, this could actually be of interest to me. Normally it isn't, but crude oil inventories is at 10:30.
Okay.
That should spice this straight up a bit. Hey,
Yeah.
we're holding, baby, hold or.
So it looks like MP wants that gap fill, which is not ideal, but knew was a possibility. Back over 67 threes, we're in the clear. DOCN fading a bit. Have a trail stop in place now for that one, for the small remaining position. Let's see. I haven't taken any futures yet in since we opened. I'm gonna wait for the 10 a.m. I still watching silver and gold. This is just insane, man.
There's no chill.
If you look at the silver or the SLV chart, the if you look at the hourly chart in particular, it's literally insane. I think I talked about this the other day, but it's just we have a gap up that rips, then a gap down, then a gap up, then a gap down, then a gap up, then fade up, gap down, gap down. It's just there's so many gaps where I was saying this yesterday, I think it was, where it doesn't really matter if you're a bull or a bear. This level of volatility is just like unhealthy. To have this many gaps in such a short period. And especially on this daily chart,
It's like
we're
trading
getting into
crypto.
that parabolic territory, literally. So again, this is something that I don't do often, but we're getting to the point where, depending on how today looks, where if we have strong follow through, I may start to open a short, but I'll see how the end of the day looks.
Ooh,
But
my
then
man's
maybe
trying to
tomorrow.
time the top on silver. That's some risky business.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I have done this a couple times. Once at SMCI, once at MSTR, but the for me, it's the parabolic kind of climactic gaps that we get that are far away from the daily EMAs. Because I talked about this again yesterday, but I'll say it again, we haven't tested the daily 20 EMA on silver since we were at about $45. So we've gone up about 85% without testing the daily 20. That's like crazy.
Yeah, that's
Imagine the
wild.
S&P 500 did something like that. And now we have two gigantic unfilled gaps as of right now, well far away from the daily 8. So, because if you look at it, if we were to just revert right now to the daily 8 EMA, to that 73.4, that's like a 10% ish move. And it would still make this trend very much valid, pull back there. So, if we were to get like one more big gap up, to like 84 to 85, or if the price of silver itself gets to like 100, whatever that equivalence would be, I think that would be the time to take a stab. But we'll see. We shall see.
We got 2 minutes here till the home sales data.
Yeah, I did short gold. Similar setup. Peter, I'll show you that real quick. It was kind of the same thought process where, we had a lot of gaps, as you can see, all these unopened gaps. And I actually entered it right here on this Thursday, October 16th. I actually held some runners, was back into drawdown here, but then added them back. And then we had that, mean reversion. And this was kind of the same time where there was like that hysteria where like Costco, the lines are around the block. And, I'm hearing now that Costco is now limiting customers like 1 ounce of silver per person. They're raising margins again.
I heard, yeah, Aaron was talking about them raising margins again.
Yeah, so just getting to that point again where it's just getting a little crazy. So we'll see. We'll see.
Trump on Iran. Keep protesting. Help is on its way. Truth Social. Trump calls on Iranians to keep protesting. He's canceled all officials with Iranian leaders until the killing of protesters stops. Keep protesting. Help is on its way. Oh. What is it good for? All right, 5 seconds here on the home data. You say data, I say data. Tomato. Data.
ES new lows and Q no new lows.
U.S. new home sales units actual 0.737 million, forecasted 0.715 million, previous 0.800 million. So it sounds like a beat expectations, beat forecast.
So ES is the only market there to make a new low, at least as of now. So let's see.
Not real surprisingly, Chevron seeing a little bit of resistance here at the 164.97 level. Pulling back towards VWAP here, but nothing too crazy.
MP looks like it's going to go for that gap fill now, which I knew was a possibility. Not ideal, but still fine for now. It may take more time.
Yes, just seeing no support. Looking like the Qs are about to roll over with it.
Yeah, definitely not ideal. If we make new lows on NQ, I think we're going to get down to that hourly 20. It's close enough at this point. Yeah, there we go. So there's that hourly 20 officially tagged there on ES, which I kind of thought was going to happen today. And Q just about there as well. Yeah, so we're pretty much there on NQ. So let us see from here.
Looks like there's a Fed speaker talking right now.
So we got a decent reaction so far off the hourly 20, about 30, 35 points so far.
NQ getting a little bounce towards the opening print from below here. So got 10 minutes on this 15-minute candle.
Yeah, almost took a stab there at the hourly 20 direct at 25,900, and I said, oh, wait a second, 50 points. The times you don't take it direct, that they rip. 15 here. That's a 15-minute here. Hourly, boom. You would have been in not even 10 points of drawdown immediately. And you could have held for less than 5 minutes and got 50 points.
Chevron back into this area. Hasn't tagged view up yet, but near it. You have the oil inventories coming up here in 23 minutes. Just tagged view up on Chevron. Like I said, though, I'm treating that more of a swing. So as long as we're holding above 162.89, probably try to keep holding that.
I got trailed out on my remaining digital ocean.
You currently given a little opening print and VWAP rejection after rallying back into it. Minutes to the first hourly close here. Right now, all the indices looking pretty ugly.
Yeah, definitely not ideal. Dow especially down now 400 from the highs. Right, we're actually near the daily 8 EMA. And the thing about the Dow is it had a really nice failure to go lower yesterday, but now we swept the highs and failed to go higher. So, not ideal. Got about 5-6 minutes for the hourly close. Oh, never mind, it's actually the 15 minutes. Sorry. SPY doesn't. I mean, we really don't have much support.
No, I mean it could just be a free fall back down into yesterday's opening.
Yeah. The daily 8 EMA is sitting right now on the SPY at 691.3s, and yesterday's open was 690.7s. So, pretty much right to that area. So if it wants it, I mean, it's got another $2, 20 points on ES if it wants. But again, this is the spot. And I mean, for what it's worth, ES is pretty much straight down so far on the 5-minute every bar, besides the open candles in the red.
Yep. Three minutes here to this 15-minute bar close. Also, guys, we have partnered with Tradeify Funding to sponsor Trading the Game Show. And that's going to start on Thursday. So if you guys are interested in competing, whoever wins the game show segment can choose between a 25K Lightning funded account or 150K Select funded account.
Pretty solid.
Yeah, we'll have to get you in on a round, Zach.
Oh yeah. I have yet to take a payout on the new Select accounts, but they're super cool.
Yeah.
I was close, and then I miscalculated like how much I needed, and then I've just been like up, down since then. But I did get a payout yesterday from Lucid. So that's my second payout of the year, which is pretty good.
Nice. Yeah, that's pretty good. Just a couple weeks in.
So this is the hardest part as a swing trader, is obviously when the trades aren't going according to plan, but they're still by definition valid. Because for example, right now I'm watching this chime, right? We're at the daily 20 EMA. Obviously the day is very far from over, and yesterday we saw it dip and then close near the highs. Obviously today gapping down now at the daily 20. The trade is still valid. However, we need a lot more data, right? We have to see how this day closes. If the day closes poorly, it's probably not going to end well. But again, we still have plenty of time for the day. Similar to the NVTS, I took entry near support at like 10.10. It knifed through everything, had intraday over a 10% reversal, now back at the daily 8 EMA. So dealing with the wide range kind of max ADR right off the rip is the hardest part, because you sit in unrealized drawdown as the trade is technically not yet invalidated, and you have to just kind of hold tight. And that's why, as I mentioned previously, I tracked all my data to kind of support the thesis that if I do hold, 20% of my trades based on my log will go worthless, but 80% will give us at least an opportunity to sell for 30%. I'm still going to mess around with those numbers and try to, avoid holding 20% for zero, but it's just kind of reassuring when we're in drawdown that those are the numbers. So we'll see what happens here. Obviously it doesn't help with the market-wide sell-off, but this is the spot pretty much where we rallied from on the NASDAQ. And it does have support on the hourly 20. So again, this is the kind of the must-hold spot for now. And if it doesn't, we really don't have much support. So we'll see.
Yeah, this is the area where we got the pump off the data. Still some room. Overnight lows are down about another 50 points.
Yep. Yeah, about 50 there. It's been tricky though. I honestly, I said this last session too, but I haven't really been trading much of the Nasdaq and ES. I've really been trading mostly
Individual names, yeah.
precious metals.
Oh, precious metals more. Okay.
Yeah, I have been more option focused so far to start the year, yes, but I think just the precious metals just have so much opportunity. I actually have traded the RTY and the Dow, I think, more this year than I have the Nasdaq and the ES.
I think it's valid with how the price action has been.
Yeah, it's just been nasty. I mean, I think for me at least, until we get a clean break on the Nasdaq, I think it'll just continue to be, I mean, we've had days, but even yesterday, right? Like if you look at the QQQ, we opened up kind of somewhat in no man's land based off levels, huge ripper, and then just a slow grind the whole day, right? And there was a couple pullbacks to buy, but the action itself wasn't the cleanest.
Chevron trying to hold VWAP here. We'll pull back from the level. Still looks solid on the smaller time frames to me here. Still holding up relatively well to the overall market. We do have the oil reserves data coming out here in about 13 minutes. And he's still just melting here. No buyers stepping up.
Ooh, gold with a nasty bar. Just dropped 15 points.
Fear and greed index. We just went to greed. She's getting ugly.
Mm-hmm.
20 points away from the overnight lows here on NQ. ES is well below its overnight lows. Same with the Dow. And RTY spiked below him and has gotten back up above.
Mm-hmm. The Dow went all the way to the daily 8 EMA. Russell's actually at a little level here. I don't think I'll do anything about it, but it is at a little support. Yeah, still no green bars in sight. That's the toughest thing for me too. Like if I am open-minded to a short, I can't it's just more of a mental thing for me. I just always feel like I'm shorting the whole if there's no green pullback or nothing. If it's just straight down like this on the 5 minute.
I know.
Maybe
I
could
had my
change
when we got the little 2 minute rally back into the opening print, I was like finger on the trigger and just hesitated.
Oh, okay, for Nasdaq,
Yeah, we spiked
So
below and got back in.
I would have looked to short ES personally, just because ES is a little bit weaker.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the Nasdaq now looking at it in hindsight.
Yeah, gave a little bit of an entry that the ES didn't really give.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you can maybe make the case at like 9:55. Like I saw that, but then again, we had the data at 10, so I skipped that. So, I guess that would have really been the only one if you wanted to kind of hold through the data there. Other than that, I think entry short would have been tough, at least based on my criteria. Because I mean, if I were to flip the chart for long, I would say, okay, we got to wait for a pullback to long, off of a higher low or something like that. If there's no data at 10, that maybe would have been a different story.
At this point, it's looking like it wants to come all the way back to yesterday's open.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really to stop it. I mean, for people who like fibs, you could say this is kind of like the golden pocket area where it should bounce. Just throw that on the screen here just so you can see that. So if you use I don't solely take trades based off this. So if we had like a level here and then like a higher time frame EMA, plus I can just more so like visualize it. But if people who do like the fibs, right, from the open of yesterday, this kind of is that zone, 624 and change to 625 where we quote should bounce from. Obviously, we'll see. But we have 7 minutes for the hour close now.
VIX still trucking along.
Honestly, if you look, let's see, there's a tiny little higher low that was like on the 5 minute chart yesterday near the open. And now we're about to sweep those lows, which is also that little golden pocket zone, which we're pretty much at right now. But I think if we don't pivot around here, yesterday open / daily 8 EMA area is pretty inevitable, which is about 12 to 15 more points lower.
Looking at the 622 puts, but I'm like, I don't want to short the lows.
Yeah, that's always the dilemma. Russell is kind of hanging in there off that little pivot. It's not making new lows as everything else is, but obviously by no means strong. You got 5 minutes for that hourly close.
Chevron holding up nicely here, almost back to its high on the day. Crypto Fear and Greed Index still is in fear territory.
What's crypto been at? Crypto's actually getting a little bit of a rally today, weirdly. Yeah. Crypto stock's not getting too much love, but Bitcoin is up $1,000 nearing yesterday high. DOCN is back at the hourly 20, which is like in theory where you can add back. I'm not going to. This is the spot, but I have some swings. I have some swings in unrealized drawdown, so I'm not going to reopen it personally. Just going to mentally just kind of book those gains and move to the next trade. But
2 minutes to the first hourly close, which appears like it's going to be a really ugly one on the indices.
yep, not looking good. Not looking good.
We also have the oil inventories here in a minute. We'll see if it affects the Chevron position at all.
Pump it.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for. Can ES put in a green bar? Can it do it? Can it do it? It did. Wow. Whoa. Ooh. I don't know, maybe there's not oil stuff. That's what it said in the Discord.
Liar.
I don't see anything. Definitely says crude oil inventories. Oh wow. Chevron holding up either way. Let's just flip it and reverse it and just squeeze it back up to the upside, huh?
Yeah, why not? I'm on board. Well, I'm not on board, but I'm on board.
Yeah. I feel you. Wouldn't be bad for the swings, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, we just went. That was a pretty harsh sell-off. That was over 200 points there on the Nasdaq. I mean, that was about 230 points. So, when you have a 200-point sell-off at any point, that's pretty significant. And obviously, 200 points in like 45 minutes is even more significant. Pretty much at that daily 8. I mean, like this is the spot, But ES still has some distance, so we'll see where it wants to go.
I gotta make an animation with like the Mighty Ducks, the flying V, for whenever we need the V rally.
Oh yeah, we need that V reverse, baby.
Ducks.
So this is kind of, I mean, I know today, had a little bit more impact because of some data and stuff pre-market, but this action in general isn't like too uncommon. I feel the last couple months, there's just kind of sometimes one-sided action where it's tough to get an entry. I mean, to both sides. I mean, there's been times where I've been looking for a long and there's just been no pullback. I'm still trying to grind away at my Apex accounts to try to get that.
Oh yeah, ever since you had the denied payout.
Well, so I got denied and then I got reapproved, but in that process, I unfortunately torched 5 accounts.
Oh
I was
no.
trading them separately at the time. Yeah, I was trading 15 and 5, and I was like,
Okay.
So I torched 5, and now I'm back up to 20, and knock on wood, but I have, I think, like over $3,000 profit across all accounts. So I'm just trying to chip away the next couple of days. The one thing I will say too, the rule that I got denied for was the really dumb rule where it was like, if there's no daily loss limit, but if you lose over a certain amount,
I think you said like 30% or something, right?
Yeah, exactly. They can ding you. Now, though, which I still think is dumb, but at least they made somewhat of a change. They don't deny you, but what they do now is they email you ahead of time, like, hey, you broke this rule, and they push your payout window back by 10 days. So it's not the end of the world because they don't deny you. At least they tell you when it happens.
Yeah.
So that's somewhat of an improvement, I guess. But
yeah, so you're not like continuing to trade all excited for your payout, and then it's just like a letdown.
Exactly. But at least, I mean, again, I still think it's a dumb rule to begin with because it's like, if you're going to do that, just have a daily loss limit at that point.
Yeah.
But at least, they did make that change. So.
Yeah, Apex gonna Apex.
Exactly. And that's what I was talking about yesterday during the webinar. I'm like, listen, these guys are like pretty much my enemies. They do give you the most leverage in the space. You can't deny that.
Yeah.
However, at what price,
Yeah.
Also, the Russell's
nice. I know, nice rally there. Yeah, out of all of them, even the ES rally and the Dow rally is stronger than the NQ rally right now.
Yeah, I probably should have won that Russell when I noticed that relative strength when we were free falling and it was just holding.
Tamika said everyone's enemy. Everyone's enemy.
Absolutely.
All right, Chevron.
Someone was like, is there like a, I forgot exactly how they phrased it, but basically like, is there like a consensus number 1? prop firm. And I said, no, honestly, not really. It's just kind of like personal preference. You know, I said it's very important to pick a firm that like aligns with your trading style, your personality, all these things, right?
Mhm.
Cost, of course. But Apex is definitely not number one.
No, no, yeah, you can't say there is a number one, but you can definitely say who's not number one. That's for
Yeah.
sure.
So someone asked, they're like, if you had to say all in, what the like, if I were to buy one account, what should it be? Which is a good question. I personally said, as of right this very moment in time, I would say that the Tradeify Select account, I believe, is probably the best all in, based off of cost, based off of rules, ability for payouts, all of those factors. I think that's the best because you can open an account for $111 right now, pass it in 3 days, get a payout the next day. The rules are very easy, no intraday drawdown. So if I had to pick one, I would say that's the one I would go for.
Yeah, that's
But-
valid for sure.
You know, it's still subjective. Dang, look at Russell.
I know she's cooking. Yes, starting to heat up a little bit here too.
Yeah. The NASDAQ, again, I don't like using speculation, but the NASDAQ did pretty much tag that daily 8 EMA. And get rid of all these lines so it's easier to see. So we did tag that, right? Pretty much there. And ES did not quite get there. However, if we, because you can see it's a little further, if we do rally from here, it would act as if we tag it through time, because again, EMAs are lagging indicators. So I don't know if that's enough for me to like look for longs here, but it's at least enough for some optimism.
Yeah, NQ not looking so hot.
Yeah, I think that's the issue we got here.
New highs on Chevron here.
Let's go. I'm mentally in some of those calls with you.
There we go, baby.
Mentally full ported, actually.
Mentally full ported.
Let me know what to mentally sell.
We're home, baby. We want 167s before we sell.
Let's go. Is that yellow you have? Is that just VWAP?
Yeah,
Or is
that's
that
just
something different?
VWAP. Yeah, and it's like, just like intraday. Like I have like if you look at, I don't know if it's just showing you not, but like the numbered, you can like change the settings, like the dev not like inputs and stuff, and I just have it like everything at zero as basic VWAP as you can have it basically.
Yeah, I think that's what I use too. Let me actually just see so I can find out. One moment.
The one thing that's been bothering me a little bit is my Tradeivate and Thinkorswim VWAPs will be a little bit different, and then I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah, honestly, I don't even chart on Tradeivate because
Yeah, I typically
I think
don't either. Just for some reason, I had the
Yeah.
VWAP on there and was like,
the charting definitely is a little clunky on there for sure. On Tradeivate meaning, and
yeah, I agree.
I've tried in the past and it's just tough.
Next level on Chevron here is at 165.75.
Send it. We need a winner. I took a trim on DOCN, which I guess is a winner, but my current trades are just moping right now.
Yeah. Let's see, I haven't even, let's see what these cons are doing.
The Russell's looking good though. I may take a stab here, honestly.
So the my cost on Chevron is 65 cents. Cons are at $1 now. It's not bad.
If the Russell can hold this 5 minute here and then consolidate for like 1 to 2 more bars, I'd consider that, because that would be a 15-minute failure to go lower, 15-minute buy, 5 would flip. Targeting the opening print would be like 6 points, well now like 5 points from here. So let's see, it might just go runaway mode, but we'll see. Probably should have taken it earlier. Hourly 15, that was all valid. Hit level, beautiful.
All right, so the indices, we need the V rally.
I need a $10 5-minute candle on MP. That's what I need. If we somehow get a $10 5-minute candle, I will give 20% of my profit away to somebody, because that would get us to $75, and that'll make me a very happy person.
All right, we officially got. Oh, why is it not working?
Oh, I just saw a little something.
I know, but I should have. I put a button. I thought it would work.
Is the DJ squat function available?
Let's see if it works. Yeah, see, it's working. Why is my flying V button not working? Oh, I think I know why. I know why. We got it now. All right, we need the V pattern on the indices. This is the hype video. I didn't put any audio in, so YouTube didn't ban us. But look at this. Look at these hockey skills from these little guys. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, it's so funny. Who needs the V pattern when you got the Chevron? Chevron. Do you take any entry on RTY or not yet?
No, I'm watching. I don't know if it's gonna, but I would prefer if it went sideways for the next couple bars here. Because I'm looking at it, the 5 is pretty much straight up from level. So the next 15 minutes, if it went sideways or had a small pullback, I think would be a great entry. Because it still is under the opening print. But if we can get entry closer to like 2650s, then we can use like a 1-to-1 R there targeting the open, which would be pretty solid. know if the Russell likes my idea of going sideways.
Yeah, just go straight up.
If it can go sideways though for the next 15 minutes, which is a pretty tough ask, then I'll definitely take it. Just because here it could still technically pull back like 3 to 4 points and be valid, and I don't want my stop to be that wide, because then it's like only like a 6-point take profit or like an 8-point stop, which I don't love. But the flip side, hopefully at least the flip side, if the Russell and everything starts rallying, the swings would benefit, and so then that's a win here. That's also why I was talking about this yesterday too during the webinar. But I do think it's very important to be able to trade futures and options every day, because even if you don't take one day, at least having the ability to, I think, is very, very important.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point.
There goes the Russell. But, oh well. Oh well. Who's your hockey team again that you support?
The Pittsburgh Penguins.
Oh, that's right. I thought for some reason Bruins, but I forgot.
Yeah, nah. Same colors, yeah.
Yeah.
Chevron did just break previous week's high.
Let's go. I'm mentally up a ton right now.
Let's go, baby.
I think because we're on live together, I reserve the rights to buy one of your contracts at your entry.
Yeah, I think that's how it works. I think that's how it works for sure.
And if you want to buy one of mine at my entry, that'll be nice because I'm down.
But yeah, this weekly bar, I don't.
Yeah, it's good.
Looking nice. We broke that hammer now.
Do you have 167.08? Is that a level?
I have 167.43.
I don't know. I just have like random levels on this that I guess.
Yeah. Well, so that would be from this. We got this big gap up that then failed. So like I know not everybody uses that like the same way. I do mark that as like a level, that opening print, right? Big gap up that then faded with the red bar. So that's like from green to red. So that's just that open right there, and then I think I have room up to 167s after that. You had to go pretty far back.
Oh yeah, I see it. Like 167.2s or so, and then 167.4s. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, somewhere in here.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, in theory, it might consolidate or pull back, but as far as room goes, it's got the room.
Yeah, we'll see.
And then the thing about this chart is that if you like really, really, really zoom out, it's been range bound for like 4 years.
Yeah, exactly.
So for some reason, if oil ever does get going, this stock probably goes to the new all-time high, like well above.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, and Q new lows, nasty.
Yeah, so you look at this monthly chart, that's like tight range. So if this can break out, So we'll see. I'm gonna try to hold these more of a swing style trade.
XOM actually just made new highs.
Yeah, it was on my watch list today too.
Yeah, that's tough action though, because they got that gap up, then full reverse to new lows, and then full rally back.
Now NQ started as indice with the relative strength. Now the only one that just made new lows.
Yep. But that could be good. That could be what we need.
Yeah, maybe that's the one thing that we needed.
And then of course RTY puts in the potentially ugliest 5-minute candle possible.
It's right at VWAP here. Just got right back above.
Yeah.
Guys, with the Tradeify sponsorship on Trading the Game Show, the traders that are competing will be competing for the accounts, but we'll also be doing account giveaways throughout the segment. with a bunch of Tradeify accounts. So if you're not competing, you can still get yourself an account, which is nice.
Oh, maybe that is what we needed on the.
I know, that's what I'm thinking. Man, just give us a little rally back to the OP.
Oh yeah. Well, new highs while we're at it. I mean,
Hey, you know what? You know what? Now that you
yeah,
mention it, if we're gonna V, we might as well V it all the way up.
Yeah, we'll do it. Let's do it the right way.
QQQ to 630s. I'm cool with that. 630.
So my target was actually 730.
now we're talking, baby.
Yeah.
That's like back on the tariff pause rally.
Yeah. Yeah.
1,000.5 minute candle.
Oh yeah.
The good old days.
And I will say though, I mean, that was like potentially the craziest volatility that I've seen, because even during COVID, we didn't get that much volatility that we saw during the tariff time, like intraday. The volatility came overnight when we got these like giant gaps because of the news, right? That volatility, in my eyes, is kind of like what we're seeing right now in silver and gold, where we're just getting this potentially like once in a lifetime volatility for day traders.
Yeah, I didn't start till after COVID, so I missed that volatility. But the tariff volatility was crazy. That was
so I started trading, excuse me, in 2019. So I actually had a actually trading options. I was in the markets, like just stocks and stuff before that, but so I had a bit of knowledge. I didn't, obviously nowhere near what I thought I knew a lot back then. But point is that I did have some knowledge back then. And I would enter some puts, and then the next day we would like gap down and like hit the circuit breaker, and I'm like, this is great. My $500 just turned into 5,000.
Yeah.
And then I was the little Jimmy that kept shorting, and then eventually we got near that low, and then everyone's talking about like the apocalyptic targets, and I went really heavy and then lost pretty much all the gains that I had.
You didn't flip into the bull rally.
No, but like that, in my opinion, that COVID was the best learning lesson for me, because I base a lot of my strategy off of that now, where at that point, the market went up 100% in a year from the lows, right? We literally went from the COVID lows to the 2021 highs, and we went up 100%. But I lost a lot of money. And I'm like, the market went as straight up as we pretty much have ever seen in our entirety. How did I lose money? And that's kind of the principles that I use now: buying time, getting closer to the money, buying on pullbacks and consolidation rather than on impulses. So.
Yeah. So let's see. Hold on. Actually, let me do it on this one.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, we're back.
So can you see what's that? Oh, I haven't. Oh wow. Wow! Holy cow! Yeah, jeez, I just looked at QQQ. Can you see my chart? Oh, hold on, I have it. It's like behind your head here. Let me see if I can move it a little bit. I'm gonna go.
What chart is that?
So this is QQQ.
Okay.
But
let me.
So yeah, I'm trying to get it. Okay, here we go. I think yeah. All right, cool. Now, so this is 2020. This is March of 2020. This is the COVID. This is the weekly chart. So it's whatever
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks of just like this COVID crash. This is what it was right here.
Yep.
And then we had 2020 and 2021 was this 2 years of a rally. I started
Mhm.
trading in November was the first time I actually like started actively watching the markets. November of 2021. So that is literally this bar. I timed the top of the COVID bull market, and if you look, I started trading this week, and then I had to deal with this after looking at this
Oh,
chart.
my
So it
God.
was like, but I agree with you. Like I look at that now, and I'm like, oh man,
Yeah.
that was like a great learning experience. Like
Yeah.
you started trading at the top of a bull rally and it flipped into a bear market basically for the next
So what's
year.
actually really funny is that at that point, that's when I started like getting a bit more comfortable trading, and that, as you pointed out right there, was like pretty much the peak for a while. But a lot of these growth stocks actually were getting hit pretty hard prior to that. And so the moment I knew I was able to potentially go full time is because I started shorting names. I remember I had a couple really nice shorts in Square and Amazon. I remember those two vividly. And that's when I knew, okay, if I can make money regardless of how the market's moving, that's when I'd feel comfortable. I don't have to rely on just calls.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
Also, completely unrelated to this, but I feel like you're a good guy to ask, and you don't have to give me answers now. This is very random, but
Okay.
my sister, don't know why, but she gifted me. Actually, before I bring it onto the screen, what do you think she gifted me?
Dude, I don't know. I have no. You said I'm a good guy to ask. I'm gonna, man. Maybe a skateboard deck.
No, it is completely random. Think of the most random thing. Well, it's probably not even the most random thing ever.
The most random thing ever. Man.
I'll give you a small hint. It's pretty big and slightly heavy.
Pretty big and slightly heavy. Random. When you said pretty big, I was like thinking. I was like hockey equipment. I'm trying to think of something that would be. You said I would be good with this.
Well, you're not going to be good because of this, but
Okay.
I'm making this into a series, which then you can make.
Okay. So she gave you something that you want to use to make into a series. That's like my hint.
Yes, but I'm just gonna tell you because realistically, you're never gonna.
Okay, I'm gonna say like a what's the medicine ball or something.
No. So
let's see.
Again, I don't know why she gifted me this. There's really no backstory. There's nothing behind it, but she gifted me a leg of prosciutto.
Oh. Hold on. Let me get a bigger screen here. Hold on. Let me see. I gotta see this on full screen. I gotta see this thing. Oh my gosh. What the heck?
So she gifted me this.
Okay.
I said to her, I'm like, what the hell am I supposed to do with this thing? Like, why did you buy this for me? And she goes, oh, I don't know. I bought it. I thought you'd like it. I thought it'd be cool. And I'm like, I mean, like, yeah, it's interesting. So what I'm doing, I guess the people on stream are getting a sneak peek to my series.
Okay.
But I'm starting a series with this.
with prosciutto.
With this, and I'm gonna call it "Hot Takes with Jamon." That's ham in Spanish.
Oh, so okay.
Is I'm gonna be like cutting this thing up or setting it up or something, and I'll be talking about like trading hot takes that I have.
That's good. I like that.
Yeah. So if anybody has any questions, controversial takes, hot takes, feel free to let me know.
Okay. I like that. Dude, you should definitely make like a little cinematic intro where it's like you just like cutting the meat and like steaming and
yeah. So I don't know. Definitely the most random gift I've ever received. Grateful for it, of course. But
that's awesome.
I was like, you know what? Like, I think this would be great for content because, I mean, it's a 15-pound thing of prosciutto, and I mean, I eat prosciutto, but it's.
Are you Italian?
Like,
I feel like prosciutto is really Italian, isn't it?
Yeah.
I feel like yeah. That's funny.
Yeah, I eat it, but I mean, 15 pounds worth. I mean, come on, what am I supposed to-
What are you gonna do? You like freeze it? Like,
I mean, honestly, my initial thought was I was just gonna film like a bunch of videos in like 1 to 2
yeah,
days,
yeah.
and
There
then
you
like
go. There you go.
cut it
Just,
up and then give it to like some homeless
bro,
people
you're
or
gonna have like the
something.
prosciutto sweats, just like meat sweats, just
Yeah.
coming down. Like,
And I'm pretty sure. Hold on. I haven't even opened it because I've just been scared.
I've only ever seen prosciutto like when it's cut like super thin, like almost like see through. Is that like
Yeah.
the
So
typical?
we're gonna open this together actually here. I'm pretty sure it comes with like a sword of some sort.
A sword? That's awesome.
I think it's
You'll be like the Salt Bay guy. Oops. What?
literally. Maybe it doesn't come with a sword. Okay, yeah, it does. It comes with this like big cutting knife sword thing.
Dude, that's awesome. That's sick. Dude, you should throw the salt. I did like the whole salt off his elbow, like forearm thing. You should throw that in.
Yeah, I gotta figure out something to do with this thing. But
Well,
and
guys,
the weirdest thing is that
Chevron,
there's
another
four
little.
birthdays.
It's nice to see the
Right.
levels acting accurately on Chevron here. Because it's a name I haven't really traded.
All right.
Oh, dude, that's awesome. Meat sweats with Zach.
Yeah.
You're getting a little bit of that sideways action on RTY here.
We are. That one topping tail is a little bit nasty, which makes me think it may not make a move till the hourly close. But I'm still watching it here. It is still technically like flaggy.
Mm-hmm.
But
Why I'm not seeing quite as much of a rally here. Bit of flag action here.
one of my leaps is coming back to life a bit. I mean, it never really was dead, but it's starting to look very good again. This is a stock that I'm very high on into the year. MNMD, it's a psychedelic mushroom company here. And
I bet you're high on them.
yeah, I just think that the stock has been going sideways for like 3 months or so, and prior to that, it went sideways for like pretty much a year. So I think the stock is shaping up to be pretty solid.
About 25 minutes or so here until we get the second hour to close. Leave the London session here, starts closing up.
So I mean, we do have what it takes to have the bottom in on the day. NQ made a new low as SPY put in a higher low. NQ tagged the daily 8. SPY could tag it through time. It may not be a straight shot up, but we at least have some optimism.
That's right. I like the way.
The new low from here would be pretty gnarly.
I like the sounds of that. I like the sounds of that. Frank, what's the anything go good with prosciutto? I've seen like I know like the thin slices, they like roll them up. You combine it with anything? Like you put prosciutto on a cracker or anything?
Frank definitely knows.
Melon. Wow, not what I expected you to say. Interesting.
See, Frank knows. Frank knows.
Is that what was that the answer you would have given, Zach?
No, but that's why I said Frank.
You're like, I have no idea, but
No idea. But I better get busy with some recipes as I have 15 pounds of this to go through. Was that as hyped up of a random item as I made it out to be?
Yeah, to be honest with you, it's probably better than a massive 9 pounds of meat or something.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. I never would have guessed that for sure.
Yeah.
What'd your sister do? Go to like a meat auction or something and start bidding on some meat?
I accepted the gift and I didn't ask questions. I looked at her crazy and that was about it.
Just carve a thin slice of that sword, and the sword is so funny. Carve a thin slice of that sword and down the pipe. And yes, it was random. Didn't expect that. Frank's like, I literally dream about prosciutto, and even I didn't expect that. We're going to be hanging out for about another 20 minutes here, chat. Then we'll take a quick lunch break. And Aaron will be back on for his nooner, breaking down this morning's action. Another reminder, Zach has night 2 of his free futures and prop firm bootcamp. where he's going through his strategies on how he was able to take out over 200K in prop firm payouts trading futures last year. So we did pin the registration link to the top of the chat. If you haven't yet, register at that link. You just put in your name and your email address, and then we'll send you the webinar link for tonight. It'll be tonight, 8:30 Eastern. He started last night with kind of the basics of futures and prop firms, and tonight he's going to start diving into his strategy and showing his futures guide. What do you call it? Is it your risk guide, or what do you call your guide?
I just made it I call it 50K futures prop guide.
Okay.
So today will be more about, because there is a difference in my opinion. Today will be more about my strategy on how I actually attack the prop firms, because I think where some people get it wrong is they don't have an actual strategy to attack the prop firms. They may have their actual strategy for trading, but they have to be in unison. So today will be more about how to tackle the prop firms. And then tomorrow I'll be sharing a little bit of the actual sauce, some setups that I look for. Nothing, too crazy, because I got to keep some of that secret, but a little bit of insight as to what I'm looking for on the charts. Where tonight, it's a little bit more, and the reason why I do that is because some people won't like the way I trade.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're doing tonight is a little bit more universal, where you can have any strategy and it could kind of mesh with this thought process.
Yeah, it's more how you apply it to prop trading and
Exactly.
risk management and scaling and all that stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. So for tonight, excuse me, that'll be the main focus, and then tomorrow we may even do some live trading if applicable. So we'll see.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
You said attacking the prop firms. It reminded me. I don't know if you ever saw. I made a video. At this point, it was probably at least a year, maybe even closer to 2 years ago. But I used this scene from Anchorman, where all the different news stations are fighting, and I photoshopped like the owners or CEOs of a bunch of different prop firms on their faces,
funny.
And had the battle royale.
That's so funny. You had a question there. How did you find the ticker CVX to trade today?
Yeah, so just being aware of the the current events going on, the things in Venezuela with US going in, taking over the oil reserves. So I've been aware of that all going on, and I've never really traded oil names all that much. And I'm always sitting here, I'm listening to Aaron and his morning breakdowns too. And he hasn't even been talking about oil. I mean, we've looked at the longer time frames on Chevron here. Like, you can see it's been in that super tight range. I think oil in general has been very rangy and in a very tight range. So, since we've been doing the stream, I've been listening to Aaron talk about how he hasn't even been looking at oil. He won't even talk about it because it's just like, it's not even worth it. It's not going anywhere. It's just in this tight range, right? And then we had, the economic events, the whatever you want to call it, geopolitical events that are taking place, right? And oil started moving. Initially, after that news came out, I think oil had a big dip, but then it had been rallying pretty strong. Aaron was talking about that today on his morning breakdown, that it was rallying very strong. And Chevron's just kind of one of those oil names that I was aware of. So I searched it and started looking at the chart, and I liked the way the chart looked. So then I actually went to ChatGPT and I said, hey, can you give me a list of tickers that would be affected by, of oil tickers that would be affected by these geopolitical events that are occurring in Venezuela. So it gave me a list of a bunch of different tickers with explanations on each. I told it that I personally liked the chart on Chevron, and it came back and said that Chevron is one of the only oil names that is still established in Venezuela and up and operating in Venezuela. So they are one of the names that are primed to benefit from this the most. So it was sort of like all of these things just sort of lining up, where I liked the chart. I liked the economic events surrounding it. I liked the added volatility because of the economic events. I found out some information using AI that they were, still set up in Venezuela, which I didn't know before. Combine that with the chart that I liked, and yeah, so that's That's how. And then in terms of the actual trade setup, what I wanted to see, let me take you to the hourly chart here. So watching this hourly chart, and I was looking at this pre-market. So pre-market, oops. Let me move this to the 5. So when I started looking at the charts, I saw that Chevron had gapped up above this level, which is the level that we put in yesterday at 162.89 from this hourly pivot, right? So I saw we were gapping above that. We had tested above previous day's high, and we're kind of consolidating there. So, and then also we were trading right at VWAP. So as market opened, what I wanted to actually see for an ideal entry was a little bit of resistance at previous day's high that traded down into 162.89s that we then held and rallied and got back up above. That's kind of what I wanted to see for the entry. But as I saw us kind of spike into VWAP here and get back up above previous day's high, knowing all of the things that I knew above VWAP, above previous day's high, I even said, if you were on stream earlier, I don't know if you were or not, but I even said, I'm kind of worried that Chevron might just take off and go above previous day's high. And when I looked at the options, I decided to maybe give it a little bit more time to see if it can get a breakout. I looked at next week's contracts. And when I saw they weren't priced all that badly, sure, I'm a little bit further out of the money, but we're already almost at 100% on these cons. I decided to take a little bit more of an aggressive entry, just kind of on this first, this would have been I think I took it on maybe even the first like 5 or 10 minutes here. And yeah, we were just able to hold it. So hopefully that answers your question. And I typically speaking don't trade based off of like news really. I do typically trade just based off of like price action and chart and stuff like that. But the more experience that I've had and the more time I spend in the markets, the more I don't hate looking at those things that have that extra catalyst that maybe are in the news for whatever reason that are getting that movement. One thing, like if you would have hopped in oil right away, like, oh, we have these oil reserves, right? And like you would have got smoked originally because at first oil sold off before it rallied, right? So let things settle a little bit. Well, NQ and ES still trying to rally and push a little higher here.
Yeah, we're right at VWAP here.
Yep. Looks like NQ tagged it and ES missed it by like a tick here.
Yeah, it was really close. SPY actually tagged it.
Yeah, it's yeah. Okay. Some sideways action kind of between 164.97 and 165.75 would not shock me at all. Honestly, I would kind of like to see a little sideways action here, which then can break out and give us the next leg up to 167s.
Yeah, and the Russell ended up failing.
Mm-hmm.
That one nasty 5-minute bar, that reversal bar.
Yep.
There was never entry after that anyway, but just good to not get caught in that.
I haven't looked at bank at all today. VIX started to fade here a little bit. Bank a little weak. I'm gonna have to clip a montage of Aaron talking smack on oil for like 2 months.
I haven't traded CL futures in I don't even know how long.
Yeah, I think Ron would trade it every now and then, but I'm not sure. I haven't really been following closely recently.
Mm-hmm.
JPM, let me take a look. Financials were strong recently. Look at the. So I don't, Daniel, I don't use.
It earnings.
Did they have earnings, you said?
Yeah, that's what it's showing here.
I don't know. When did they have earnings?
Yeah, this morning.
Oh, okay.
That explains it.
I'm like, thought I typed in J and then it didn't. I'm like, where? I'm like, what are you seeing? I don't see it. Yeah, so I don't personally use RSI, which would be like an indicator on overbought, oversold. But like Zach just said, they had earnings, so I think earnings would be kind of one of those catalysts where something like RSI, maybe it gets extended a bit, where it's like if they're selling off from earnings, who's to say it's not going to keep selling? You know what I mean? If you look at the weekly chart, kind of had a bit of a strong move up, a bit of a, you could call it a weekly bull flag that it broke out and got that next leg up on, but now it's kind of starting to fade that back into the bull flag range. So
yeah, and I'll add to the two where honestly, for me again, I don't use RSI either because it doesn't really give you a good indication of what's going on because something can remain oversold or overbought for days, weeks, or months, right? So you can also make the case right now that this JPM sell could just be getting started if the daily does flip to the downside. You can also look at the higher time frames, the weekly and the monthly, and both of them do look a little toppy. Last week we had a failed weekly 1, 2, 3 with a big topping tail. Then this week we gapped underneath, and as of now we're kind of failing this previous all-time high area here. So we kind of had the break, the retest, and then there was no follow through on that next leg. And now again, this sell could technically just be starting. We are, potentially have supported the weekly 20 EMA, but then down towards 304, then realistically under 304. That's when I'd really be concerned. But overall, I wouldn't probably touch this to the downside or upside as of right now. And Frank, yes, I am stuck only typing 2 characters on TradingView. I'm not sure why.
for real?
Well, on my desktop, yeah, this is the TradingView app. And so TradingView has a thing where like if you have multiple windows open, you can't use multiple windows. So you have to have a desktop like website window open and then the actual app.
I got
So this
you.
is the app. Yeah. And
Daniel, also, yeah, no knock on RSI whatsoever. I would never knock any tool or any indicator, and it's just not something that I personally use. Just because I found for myself, like I can go into like analysis paralysis sometimes if I'm looking at too many things. So I've kind of simplified. To be honest with you, VWAP is something that's new for me that I've added. It's kind of like the one indicator I've been kind of using. But I just use like my hourly pivot levels. I use the trends. I use multiple time frame analysis, price action, that kind of thing. So I try to like, keep it as simple as possible. But there's nothing wrong with it. If you use it and if it works for you, that's awesome. But just to add to JPM, it could be oversold. But the other thing too is like the initial pop from earnings looks like it was actually up. And it tested above. You can see here in the daily chart. I have the extended hours turned off here, but you can see it actually had a chance. It tested over previous day's high. So if it had a strong earnings, it was above previous day's high. In theory, it had an opportunity to move higher off of earnings. But the fact that it rejected and then it put in such a harsh daily bar, I like to be a with trend trader. So any longs on this would be, against the trend pretty harsh right there. You know, but if you use RSI to, you know, to find bottoms on, you know, maybe a little bit of a longer time frame move. I'm not sure how you like to trade if you're somebody who trades, you know, longer time frame contracts, or if you trade weekly. You know, it's hard to say. It depends on your style and all that stuff as well. It just for my style, I wouldn't want to long it. R2Y back towards its lows here. YM doing something similar. ES and NQ seeing a little resistance at VWAP here. Now it's like the kind of, I was just saying, now it's flipping again where ES's pullback looks uglier than NQ's. Yeah. Bank making new lows on the day. Oh, that's an ugly freaking bar.
Oof.
Let's rally this bar. Let's rally this bar, then squeeze it higher.
You got 2 minutes for that hourly close.
Yeah. Come on, baby. Pump it. We need the DJ fart to pump it. IWM key 1 day out. Okay, 1 day out cons. All right, Daniel, I feel that. I feel that. Yeah, I mean, if you felt like something like a JPM was oversold and you wanted to, you know, hold something into tomorrow, you know, I would just go really small size, kind of low risk. Size it for 0.
Oh, dang. Look at that candle.
Yeah, come on, baby. Pump
That's
it
a
back
gotcha
to
candle.
LP here.
That's got to be like some sort of news or something, no?
Let's see if there's anything.
Maybe a certain ticker or something like that.
Greenland Mineral Resources Minister. We hope for more clarity on U.S. stance on Greenland from the meeting with the U.S. on Wednesday. U.S. to sell 95 billion. I'm assuming it's billion BLN. 4-week bills on January 15th to settle on January 20th. That all came out at 10. So yeah, that was 11:07. 11:07. No, that happened beforehand, so that wouldn't have been it. Yeah, it doesn't really look like anything, at least on looking at the like Top Step X market news feed.
Well,
China, okay, some red news just dropped. China restricts NVIDIA chip purchases.
Mm.
So maybe that was it, but it just showed up on the news feed.
NVIDIA didn't have a crazy bar, maybe.
Interesting. Oh, well. Well, we'll see how the rest of today's action plays out. We're going to step away here for a quick lunch break, and we'll be back on with the nooner with Aaron. So make sure you guys stick around for that. Aaron always drops a ton of value, a ton of knowledge. He's not like as active as a day trader, but things he talks about. And I mean, he trades with a little bit of a different style. You know, he's certain things he's looking for. ES gap fill. He does, you know, credit spreads, different stuff like that. Anywho, he always drops a ton of value, even if you trade a little bit of a different style from him. Like I mentioned earlier, listening to him talk about oil definitely helped me kind of consider oil names, stuff like that. So he's always dropping good value. So make sure you guys come back for the nooner. One last reminder, Zach night 2 of his free boot camp futures prop firms. He made over 200K last year in prop firm payouts. You would be stupid not to come and learn from someone with verified proof of that, right? So make sure you guys are there for that. Registration to get the link is pinned in the chat. And for now, we're going to step away real quickly. And Zach, thanks, man. Thanks for coming on and trading with us today. And
have a good rest of the day, guys.
Yeah, we'll talk to you guys here soon. Don't go anywhere. Peace out, everybody. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the nooner with Aaron. Aaron, welcome back. How was your morning?
It was very good. It was busy, which is a good thing.
Well, that's good. Go ahead and take it away.
All right, sounds good. What's up, everybody? Hope everybody had a good morning. What's up, Miss Tomika, Mr. Paz, Mr. Will? What's up, everybody? All right, we'll give everybody a minute or two to get in. Had a nice pullback this morning. All right. Remember, guys, we got Trump speaking at 2 o'clock. All right, so don't forget that. All right. Okay. Sorry, I'm just playing catch up a little bit here, guys. All right. What's up, Omar? Art, what up? All right, so let's get started, guys. Okay, so starting off on the VIX. Now, we are in rollover, right? So we're looking at, and remember, we're spamming TradingView, asking them to stop rolling the VIX early, wait till expiration. I'm looking at the continuous contract. So on the continuous contract on TradingView, all right, well, you're not going to be able to do it. So let's go to 17.15.90. Okay, so let's go to F. That's the January contract. This is the one that expires Tuesday, but this is the current one we're in. So we're going from 17 to 1580. All right, so I bet this is 17, yeah, to 1580. There we go. So this is what you're looking at, guys, on the F contract. Okay? It's just the simple highs to lows. This is last Wednesday's highs. Actually, that's Thursday, early Thursday morning. But just draw from 17 down to 1580. All right? And we're holding shorts. We just had a squeeze back into our resistance level. This didn't break, right? 1654. Round up to 55 at a tick, that would be 15 or 1660. So that didn't break, and we got slammed coming out of that. So this is what we're going to watch going into the afternoon. Okay, is this lows to highs? We want to see this break to continue our uptrend. All right. So that's on the F contract, Frank. 1609 round down to 05, add a tick or subtract a tick, 16s. So we want to see these 16s break. Okay. Let's put an alert when we get down there. All right. So we want to see the 16s break. All right. And if those 16s break, we're going to draw highs to lows, right, and look for that pullback short, which would be a pullback long on the indices. Okay, but this was very positive for our markets today, that the VIX squeezed into this next resistance and sold straight off. Okay, and I'll show you this support level on the VIX. Yes, F. We're looking at F right now because of the TradingView rollover. All right. Because this is what's going on. If you look at G, we don't have what we need. Okay. So depending on what type of data we get going into the rest of the week, we'll eventually flip over. But for now, I draw from those 17s to the 1580s. That was our short that got slammed into. That's the long on the indices right there. All right, so if we break the 16s and trade the 95s, 1595s, we're going to draw a highs to lows, and that would be our next pullback short on the VIX, which would be a next long on the indices. Okay? Any questions, guys? Any questions? Everybody good? That's what we're looking at right there. All right. Okay. So we'll see this afternoon if we've got enough, especially when Trump comes out and speaks, if we're going to break these. All right. Okay. Now, moving on to our financials, bank has not been giving us any help today, right? It's just been drifting down. All right, but we are still in these long setups. Now remember, these are the financials in our markets. So when they are lifting off, that's a tailwind for the indices. When they're falling, that's a headwind against the indices. It makes it tough for them to go up. But we're still in this long setup, right? We're still in this long setup from our lows of the year to highs of the year. Okay? We're still in this long. And remember, this is just an index, right? This isn't traded. So it doesn't have to be perfect. We just want to see the direction. Okay, so you can see that we've, found some support here. So if we start to lift off, right, and the VIX keeps falling, then the indices are going to rally. All right, but if bank continues to drift like this, it just makes it real hard for the indices to go up. Okay, it just makes it real hard for the indices to go up. All right, so there's our financials. All right, there's our financials. So we'll see. They have stopped making new lows. As of right now, they've stopped making new lows. All right, so we'll see. We'll see going into the afternoon. All right, we have a lot of volatility around 2 o'clock. Okay, so to the indices. Here's the ES. So let me get rid of this. All right, here's the ES. So we have pulled back, and this was the VIX's pullback, just into our next measured move. We've got tons of targets above us. All right, we've got all sorts of targets above us. Okay, so the most recent move we were in, all right, is drawn from this low on the 2nd. This was our halfway back on the year. So that was our low last Friday, or 2 Fridays ago. All right, to our highs, and there was that halfway back on the year. Okay, now that has hit its target. Well, no, it didn't. Sorry. It did not hit its target. So our next measured move inside of that would just be from the low in that previous move, right, to our highs. We made a new high right here. All right, and that's what we fell into. So this is the next measured move that we're in right now, right? And again, we've got multiple targets above us. So all this was a pullback. Okay, this sell-off, that's just a pullback, right? We see it over and over and over. People start freaking out, and it's just a pullback. All right, so what we're going to have to watch going into the afternoon, obviously we want to see the VIX break these 16s, right? And if that happens, right, then the indices are free to rally up into these resistance levels. If the VIX doesn't break those 16s, right, what that would mean is coming off of these highs right here, right, which the ES hasn't broken that could lead us back down into support, right, and we could get pinned right here. Okay, and that is, oops, that is this long, right, and this short. That's where we could get pinned if we don't break the 16s. Okay, and you can see that going into the afternoon. All right. So we don't want to necessarily draw this long from lows yet until the VIX breaks the 16s. Okay. But that's what we're looking at. Now, gap fill this morning. Okay. We had nice entries. Here's our news event, right? And we slammed right into our 20 points. That's what that line is. So 20 points started leading us into the fill. And what we were looking for was another entry, right? Because we have entries at 20 points, we have entries at 10 points. Okay, right after the call, or pretty much towards the end of the call, we've traded up into these 10 points. Okay? And those 10 points held and led us into the fill. Right? Very technical, right? I mean, you had to have some crazy stones to just put a limit order out there at those 20 points, but they held, right? They held exactly. And then the 10 held, and then into the fill, and then into our pullback. So I entered right after the call, right in here somewhere, and got the full fill today. So that was nice. That was a nice move. All right. But there's our pullback. Okay. So it all depends on what the VIX does, right, at this long. You can see we're starting to get a little pop right there. Okay. So that's where we're sitting. Now, could there be a highs to lows here? Yes. And if that trades and holds, that's fine. We can follow that down. But we don't know that's there yet, right? We don't want to 100% trust that because we haven't broken this long yet. So we could get pinball right in here. And if these hold, they got targets up there, right? So we'll see if participants want to buy volatility down here. There's bank not giving us any help at all, right? Just drifting lower. All right, that's a good example of the boat anchor thing, right? You can see we want to go up, but we don't have. We've got this boat anchor, right? This needs to turn around and lift off. All right. So that's where we are. If those are the moves we're in, everything's still in longs, right? All we did was make pullbacks inside of a larger move, right? To get us up to these, we've got these 70-39 targets and then multiple targets above us. Okay. So that's where we're sitting. That's where we're sitting. There was the long this morning. This was at 10:15. All right. 10:15 right there. Okay. So we'll keep a close eye on that. That's the big deal going into the afternoon. Okay, that's the big deal going into the afternoon. Okay. Any questions on where we are? Any questions on where we are? Anybody? Anybody? Good. Okay. All right, cool. So moving on to the NASDAQ. All right, here's the NASDAQ's pullback from those lows last Thursday. Right, inside of this larger move, it's still got targets above us. Right there. Look at that, almost to the tick. What did we trade? 806.75. What did we trade? 809.25. So almost to the tick. See if that held. Yeah, we'll drop to this new high. So you can see the Nasdaq's a little bit stronger right now, right? Nasdaq's a little bit stronger. It broke this opposing move that the ES hasn't yet. Okay, but again, we don't really want to trust that long from lows, right? Because if this lifts off from here back to highs, remember the indices are going to move further, farther, faster in the opposite direction, right? So even this little move right here on the VIX could drop those indices back into their support levels. Okay, but we'll see. Now you can see we're right back at the top of this range. All right, but that's your next measured move and just multiple stacked targets up here. All right, and all those targets have been activated, right? Because we've traded these pullbacks. All right. So that's where we're sitting there. So everything looking good, right? Everything looking good for the indices. All right, moving on to the YM and the Russells. All right, remember, think bank, right? They're going to be weak right now because of bank. Move on to the YM. All right, there's the YM, and you can see they're weak. All right, they're weak, and that's all bank, right? Remember, YM and the Russell is the most sensitive to bank's movements. So the only long that we really know about, all right, is from our lows of the year to highs of the year. All right, and then here's this pullback that it's holding on to. But if bank doesn't lift off and bank keeps melting, we're going to melt down to the bottom of this range. Okay, so yes, this is here, but we dipped into a high, not cool, right? So this long is in question right now. If we see bank lift off, great, we can trade that long. If bank doesn't lift off and continues to melt, we're gonna fall through that. Okay, so that's where the YM is, and I have a feeling this 2 o'clock with President Trump speaking will probably fling us around a little bit with everything that's going on. All right, so there's a YM. YM, we're right at support. So we'll see if bank can start to lift off. All right, and that's going to put a nice little boost, right, especially behind the YM and the NASDAQ. All right. So, but again, if the VIX doesn't break that long, none of that matters. All right, none of that matters. All right, moving on to the Russells. All right, here's the Russells trading that extension. Right, we drew this up this morning from these highs on December 12th to highs. That's our next extension long right there. Right, traded right back into that 10 a.m. What a nice move, right? What a nice technical move. Remember, the Russells had hit this larger target. This was a larger target right here. We hit that and we went through it. So the most aggressive we can get is from those highs on the 12th to highs. And it absolutely defended that. All right, so again, watch VIX, obviously, but also watch bank. And if bank starts to lift off, we're going to get a tailwind here behind the YM and the Russells, right? And it's got targets way up here. Okay? So pretty cool. Everything's in longs, right? Everything is in longs. And the VIX is defending that right now. All right. Now, I guess on the other hand, if we see the VIX start to take off and bank rolls back over, you're going to see weakness. Right? We're going to see weakness on the indices. Okay? But nothing is broken, right? It's not like we've broken any longs or anything. VIX hasn't broken shorts, right? Indices haven't broken longs. All right, so any question, VIX bank indices? Anybody? Everybody good? Okay. All right, moving on. Now, there was a development on Bitcoin. Okay. Remember where we are. Thanks, Luke. All right, remember where we are. Okay, from our October 17th lows to lows, right? This is that extension short that we're in up here. Okay. Now, what broke, okay, was this highs to lows. All right, that highs to lows broke. All right, so we're squeezing back up into resistance. And if we break this resistance, we broke it by $100, right? But if we break this resistance, we're making a much larger pullback, okay, on Bitcoin. All right, and that would be from our October 6th, which was our high, October 6th highs to lows. We haven't made one of these yet, right? We have not made one of these pullbacks yet. These halfway back. Since we started our crypto winter here, we haven't made this pullback yet. Okay, so we'll see. All right, I'm going to put that 38.2 up there. All right, short breaking right there. That little highs to lows right there. All right, tells us that we're going to make this squeeze into resistance. Now, how far into that will we get? We don't know. Right, we don't know. You can watch these little lows to highs here that didn't end up breaking. Right, so just like that. So we're kind of pinned in here. So we'll see who wins this battle. Right, we'll see who wins this battle. All right, so that's where we are on the futures market. Now, spot isn't that much different. Do this. Okay. All right, so here's spot. All right, here's our larger time frame. Okay. Get rid of this little, that's that little short that broke. All right, here's what the larger time frame looks like on spot. All right, there's that halfway back from those October 6th highs, right there. And you would see what that would give us if we roll over from there, right? Roll over in that next resistance level, left shoulder, head. That's how we get the right shoulder. We haven't made it up there. We're still in these extension shorts. Right there. Same thing from those October 17th, lows to lows, right? See that we pierced by $100 right there. So we'll see. But there's your battle over the trend right there. All right, we roll out of this, right? We fall back down to the bottom of the range. We break through it. We're making this much larger squeeze. There's a lot of room in there. All right, and that would be a juicy short up there. Okay. All right, so there's Bitcoin. So a little development there. Little development. All right. Looks like bank is starting to get some legs here. Okay. Breaks longs means changes trend on which instrument, Art? It depends on, if we break longs, it depends on what's below us and what the overall series is. Were you asking about Bitcoin? We haven't really confirmed anything yet on Bitcoin, right? It's stuck. It's still in that short, right? It's still in that short, absolutely. But you know, it's under pressure for sure. That short is under pressure for sure. My screen is showing CVXQQ. What? Did I not change my screen? I thought I did. You guys see it now? All right. Hopefully you guys can see it. Hopefully that's good. Yeah. So there's that. If you guys didn't see it, this is spot right here from those October 16th or 17th lows to lows. All right. We're right back into that resistance. So we'll see if we roll over from here or we break that and we make that larger pullback. Okay. Nothing's really changed on Bitcoin since November 28th. It's just been down here doing this. Right, so nothing has really changed here. Just this kind of consolidation there. All right. Okay. Okay. All right, so stocks. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? All right. What would you guys like to see? Anybody? Any stocks, guys? Everybody good? Okay. All right then. Fine. Amazon, there's one. Forrest, what's up? There's a couple. Okay, here we go. Amazon, SoFi. Oh yeah, here's a bunch. Mandalay, nice. I don't know if they're a public company. They're over there TCB in it, taking care of business. All right. Amazon, SoFi. All right, let's look at those. Just looking at Amazon for some reason. All right. Oh, broke that short. Let's zoom out here and see where we are. All right, broke that. Okay, so Amazon, in this much larger long, this is from December of 22 to our highs up here in January of last year, 25. There's your pullback, right? That's the target up there, 281.85. Inside of that, here's the worker bee move, right? We had this first one right there, 38.2 target, right off the target. So we're just trailing from those lows. All right, so we've traded that, and then we just broke that short setup. Okay, so trade support, break the short. All right, we traded support, broke this, All right, see how that was holding? Now we finally broken it. Now we drop the long. All right. Yeah, I would do it that way. Okay. So that's if you're looking for a new position, right? This would be where you'd want to get into it. Okay, on this pullback right here. All right. If you're already in a long, right, you can trail this 61.8 as it makes pullbacks and lifts off higher. You can trail that all the way up into these larger targets up here. All right. So that's how I would look at that. That looks pretty good. All right, looks really good. Well, their earnings. Earnings 16 days. But solid. All right, very solid. Okay. All right, SoFi. Just consolidating still up there on that extension long. All right, so nothing really happening here. But this extension long holding January of 25, all right, to this high in September of 25. That's the extension that we're holding right there. Traded, never hit this target, so we just leave it there. Trade it again, right? So this is just straight sideways. We're breaking shorts from highs, we're breaking longs from lows. This is just a straight range, right? So I'd look at it as this is support, right? This is resistance, and I'd stay out of the middle. All right, eventually the middle is going to hold. We just don't know when that is. See, if I drew a line through the middle, it gets run over every time, right? So support, resistance, that's about all we got. But it's in longs. It's sideways to higher, right? The trend is sideways to higher. Okay. Looks pretty good, right? Really does. All right, they got earnings in 17 days. All right. So there's SoFi. Looking good. All right, looking good. Very welcome, Forrest. You're welcome, Mr. Paz. All right, what else we got? Meta and Apple. All right. I haven't looked at Meta in a while. There we go. Oh, well, obviously it held that short. Let's zoom out here. Okay, so there's our pullback. All right, there's our pullback from this low on November of 22 to our highs February of 25. There's the pullback. We never actually got down here and traded this. But you can see that's just right in your face. All right, that's just right in your face. So it's holding these shorts off of highs, obviously. All right, so it is in short setups. Okay, it is in short setups. I mean, it got Matumbo bad right there. Right, so let's zoom in and see if we can't see anything. See if we broke this yet. Haven't quite broken that long yet, but once long does break, right, then you can start trailing from these highs. I mean, you can start trailing right now to keep an eye on it. Right, but yeah, it got popped coming out of that. Okay, so it's in a downtrend right now. Right, it is in a downtrend right now. All right, which isn't awesome. Okay, I'm not even going to draw that up because we haven't broken the opposing move yet. But there we go. All right. There you go. All right, they got earnings 22 days. We're coming up on earnings season, guys, obviously, if you didn't know that. So you got to watch these big names coming out. All right. Grab and Adobe. All right. Oh, Apple and then Grab and Adobe. Where'd my thing go? There it goes. Apple. Oh, okay. So a little development here on Apple. All right, here's the weekly. All right, we still have major targets up here. at these 302s. Here's the extension long that we're in. It's drawn from these highs, April of last year, of 25, to our highs. That's our extension long right there. Now, what we've been watching for, all right, is a trigger that we're going to break these short setups. All right, and we did. Okay. Had this pullback off the highs, right there. Fall through the target. All right, we broke a little lows to lows extension right here. So that might be our trigger. Now this is still here, right? That's still there. But if we break that, right? See, there was a lows to lows right here. Right there, that broke. So if we break these 262, 69s, okay, you're going to want to eyeball that first pullback. You're going to want to watch that first pullback coming off of that. Okay. So right now we're almost at support. So if we see a short break, okay, that's normally how it works, right? We'll have a traditional, we'll fall, we'll go into extensions, sometimes extensions of extensions. Then they break and we buy those pullbacks. That's the trend change. So they got earnings in 16 days. Okay. So not quite there yet, but it's probably already holding this long. Yeah, see, it's already holding that long from that little extension break. You can see this long holding right here. See that little guy right there? All right, and that could lift us off through this extension short right here. All right. So keep a close eye on that. Right, keep a close eye on that. If we pop our head up there, you're going to want to draw from that lows to highs and look for that pullback. Okay, remember, two ways market changes trend. One is we'll break a short and then hold the first pullback. Number two is a double top or double bottom. All right. So there's Apple. All right. Now, if this holds and continues to fall, then great. We'll just continue to trail that short until it breaks. Okay. All right. Okay. We have news. Not that I know of. Just wacky midday stuff. All right, so there's, and then Grab and Adobe. I looked at Grab yesterday. All right, so falling back into support, right? But it's still in short setups, right? Still in short. So here's the next potential long that we're in from April 7th, okay, to our highs in September. Okay, but we haven't broken out any short setups. Let's go down to the 4 hour. All right. Pull back. A little sloppy right there. All right, from those highs. Pull back right there. Right there. All right, so we're not, it's in a downtrend, right? We're not holding any longs. We're in a downtrend. We're making new lows. So no, any sort of reversal yet. You can watch from these highs Tuesday. You can watch these highs to lows, see if those break and possibly hold a pullback long. But right now it's just in short setups, right? It's just in short setups, unfortunately. All right, right there. All right. So we'll see. We'll see. You know, definitely need overall broad market strength to get these guys moving. All right. So yeah, I looked at this one on Monday, yesterday. All right. So there's that one. Then Adobe. Oh, drop there, huh? All right. See where we are. Didn't hold that long. Okay, so we're still in support. This is a half off sale, right? From 0 to our all-time high. This is a 50% off sale right here. All right, we're still holding short setups. Right? Boom, boom, boom. Not quite to that target yet. All right, that's on the larger time frame. All right. From these highs here on May 21st, right, to this low. See, we're not quite to that target yet. So what you can watch for here, again, is if we get to this target and fall through it, right, you can draw lows to lows and see if that breaks. But if we get to this target and you start to see profit taking, right, you can draw from the high of inside of this move, right, to our lows and see if that breaks. But right now it's just, this is down, right? You can even see right here, there's a pullback into an extension off of these highs, right? Pullback right there, almost to the penny, and then lows to lows, right? So it's going straight down right now. All right, it's going straight down. So at minimum, you'd want to see these extensions break. Okay. They must have had some news come out or something. Oh, downgraded. All right, so there's those. All right. Oh, the U.S. could take action on Greenland in weeks or months. USA Today. Oh, thanks, Tom. Jeez. All right. Adobe. Okay. LQDA. All right, LQDA. Let's look at that one. I don't know if we've looked at this. What does this thing do? Oh, pharmaceutical. Okay, so just obviously be careful with these. All right, pharmaceuticals are always a bit sketchy. All right, pull back. Pull back. I'll probably leave it there. And coming off these lows. All right. Might be this is a little sketchy. Probably go with that. All right, now we hit that profit target. You can see that profit taking coming off of there. All right, and then we defended that previous high, so that tells you can go into an extension right there. So from these highs on September 2nd, bam, look at that. Perfect, right? So September 2nd, highs to highs. It's actually September 3rd, highs to highs. You see we traded it perfect right there. So there's your extension long, right? Targets are up at these 41.40s. And you can see you're just kind of chopping around up here. Okay, but there's your support. There's your support right there. I wouldn't touch anything in the middle right here. But that showed you its support. Its order's just sitting there. All right. That is how I look at that one. Right there. All right, order's just sitting on top of that extension. Okay, it looks very positive, right? Very bullish. Okay. There we go. All right. Okay, everybody good? Everybody good? Okay. All right, let's get back to it here after our little news came out. All right, so VIX didn't break that long. Right here. Bye. Okay, so VIX didn't break this long yet. So that's what we were talking about, where we could get pinned. Right there. All right, so that long from lows, we got to break those 16s, right? And we're just squeezing out of that. We didn't. We came down to 1605. All right, so this is where we could get pinned. We'll have to watch with all the volatility. If we do break out of these highs, you're not going to want to try to pick a bottom on the indices. Okay. So there we go. Nothing too crazy. All right, bang. Starting to catch a bid. Our financials are starting to catch a bid here. As of now. All right, we'll see if that continues. All right, so what that do to our indices? Let's see. All right, it's chopping around here. All right, still in a bid, obviously. Right, we're still in a bid, so we'll see. Right, we'll see. Remember, we got news at our press conference at 2. So we'll see what happens there. Okay. All right, moving on. Crude oil. All right. Remember on crude oil, we've got resistance level above us, but we're not there yet. Up here at these 63.30s on crude oil. So what we're following here on the way up, right, there's a series of measured moves happening here. All right, from this low, here's how this played out. Coming off of these lows. All right, here's number 1. Low to high, number 2. Right there. Didn't break. Now we've gone to and through that target. So could there be an extension long there? Yeah, absolutely, there could be. We don't know that's there yet. But what we do know is the next measured move is off of these lows inside of this previous move, just this stair step up. All right, we know that's down below us. Okay, so there's your walk up on that. Okay, so we don't know this extension's here yet. On the whole way up, we haven't traded extensions yet. This would be the first one. Okay. But if that breaks, we've got this next support level below us. Now, if these break, we are going to get this full pullback, which we haven't had yet. Right, which we haven't had yet. Since we broke out of shorts, right, there was a short set up, right, that we finally broke out of, and we haven't had these pullbacks yet. That'd be a really juicy long, right? We get down there, okay, because we still have room, right? We still have room up into those 63.25s. All right, so we'll see. But that's what crude oil looks like. All right, now obviously a lot of geopolitical stuff going on with crude oil, but this is what price is telling us. All right, congrats if you own one of the refiners. Those things are doing very well. Your Marathons, your Exxons, your BPs, Chevrons. That's what you were looking at, Tyler, I think, Chevron. Yeah, those guys are doing well.
Yeah, I entered some trades on it today, or a trade on it today, swing trade.
Yeah, those guys, those refiners are doing well. Plus, who knows what's going to happen with everything else. Okay, so now let's look at gold and silver. All right. Now the precious metals. I don't know if you guys saw that article. Not really an article, but a blurb that I showed you. That Venezuela is one of the richest. They have one of the richest silver, not mines, but in the ground. I'm looking for the word. Not reserves, but yet to be tapped, because they just haven't had the infrastructure for the economy to do it. So very interesting right there. Now there is an $8 difference now, almost $9 between Shanghai Silver Exchange and the silver futures market. So we got to pay attention to that. So here's gold, right? So it's in this extension long from the 6 to our highs. And this is the second time we've traded this, right? There's number 1 right there, target. There's number 2. There's our pullbacks, right? Just continuing, right? Now we have this larger extension long below us, right? Because this gift that we got, remember we've had 2 gifts. We've had the 3155s and the 39.54s. When I say gifts, these are the two big pullbacks we've gotten over the past year. Okay. And that went, here's its target. That went to and through its target. So there's an extension long from October 20th, okay, to highs. That's down here. We're still continuing to hold these smaller intraday moves, right? But you can see, could this be another gift? It might, right? It might be if we get there, okay? Because there is nothing out in the world that's going to slow down the precious metals. If we see pullbacks, it's profit taking. Okay, there's nothing bearish, okay, about what's going on in the world and with precious metals. Okay, all right. So there's the gold support right there. We're just drawing from these highs on the 6th to our highs. This is the second time this extension is traded. Okay, silver. All right, just nuts, right? Now, we do have to pay attention to these 89.49s up here, because that is a larger profit target of this pullback. So we'll have to see if there's profit taking up there. All right, but here's where we sit. All right, as far as our measured moves. See those 89.49s, we haven't quite gotten there. What did we trade? 89.20. Close, but officially we didn't trade them. If we start breaking longs, then yeah, we traded it, we're making a pullback. But there's an extension long from down here on the 9th. Okay, that's last Friday. If you walk this up, that's what it gives you. And we got our pullback right there. Target, profit taking, right? Pullback, very shallow. Target, profit taking. Pullback, right there, almost to the penny, right? There's our target up there. We don't know that there's a new extension yet, so I'm not drawing it up, but there very well could be. All right, so what we're watching is that same anchor to new high, but we've also got to watch out for our halfway back in the week, right? So here is, yeah, it's that one. Well, here would be our Sunday, right there. That's almost going to be right on top of that. So we can watch our yesterday's, or actually look at today. Where's today? There's midnight right there. So this would be our Globex lows to highs. We'll have to keep an eye on that, because this right now is all about how far are the buyers going to let it dip before it's bought up? Where are they going to show up? Right, it's not just in random spots, right? But you can see all these shallow pullbacks. That just means that the buyers they obviously everyone and their brother wants silver right now. Okay, if you'll see, there's actually an interesting thing going on. You know, silver it's becoming like a physical market, meaning people are trading silver futures to actually exercise them to get physical silver. Okay. And if you look, you can actually see people that have been trading silver futures like 2 months out are rolling those contracts into earlier months to get the silver quicker, right? So there's a lot going on, right? There's a lot going on, okay? And for those of us that, you know, saw this coming about 2 years ago, you know, we've been very fortunate with this, and it shows no signs of stopping, right? And we saw this coming 2 years ago. Number one, the gold silver ratio was whacked, and when it gets that whacked, we got to pay attention, right? And just start building that position. Let's see what it is now. It was back down to 50. Remember, we were at 110 at one point. We're at 56. We're at 56, right? And in a perfect, not in a perfect world, but in an average world, we're at 16 to 1. Perfect world, I think, it comes out of the ground at 7 to 1, 6 to 1. So there's still a lot of room, right? There's still a lot of room. Okay? So, you know, smoke them if you got them. All right, now there's going to be pullbacks. There we go. There you go, Amanda. Yep, right there. That high, it's 80.46. Highs to highs. Okay. Oh, thanks, Tyler. It would be about the economy that they were more than likely mentioned by Iran, yeah. Okay. All right, so there's our precious metals, just making pullbacks, right? Okay, now let's get to the dollar. This has been, now, all this dollar strength, right? It's not really having an effect on the indices. Okay, we're kind of in neutral, right? We're kind of in neutral on dollar strength and the precious metals. Now, when that happens, okay, the dollar strength doesn't affect the indices and the precious metals as much when we go kind of into this neutral correlation, but the dollar weakness will, okay? So if we do see dollar weakness, right, falling. Now, the dollar, I mean, take a look at an SPX chart in gold sometime. I don't have time to do it right now, but look at an SPX chart priced in gold, and it will blow your mind as to what real money is and how inflated things are. Okay? Just type in XPX gold, I think it is on TradingView, right? And you'll see what the real value of the S&P 500 is. And if it scares you, that's fine, because it kind of should. So here's our dollar. Now, if this holds, and we've got the precious metals flying and our dollar crashing, oof, right? The markets are going to fly, right? They're going to absolutely fly in nominal terms, not in real terms, right? But, you know, what do we care, right? But it's just interesting to dig into that. Look at the S&P priced in gold. And you'll start to see that, oh, interesting. All right, so here's DXY. This isn't the dollar, right? It's an index, just a bunch of currencies inside of it. So it doesn't lead anything. It just follows what the currencies do. But you can see we're into this resistance again. All right, and that is from these highs on November 21st down here to our lows. Now, we held the long for lows, absolutely. So any shorts are going to have to break long setups. Okay, but normally we watch the dollar, we keep a close eye on it because of our effect on the indices and the precious metals. So we're indices and precious metals are hanging in there in spite of all this dollar weakness or all this dollar strength. So what happens when we go into dollar weakness? Well, they're going to get a tailwind, okay, which is exciting. So we'll see where we are. Now, when we get to the actual currencies themselves, the dollar yen's been going straight up. Okay, now is this all dollar strength? No, there's some yen weakness in here too. Right, there's absolutely yen weakness in this. Because this, right, this would have the euro not just hanging out, right? The euro would be down here somewhere, right? So there's yen weakness involved in that as well as dollar strength. Okay, so the extension long that we're in is from December 19th to this high on January 13th. There's our pullback. This is the 38.2. Oops. Do that again. There we go. Right to 38.2 right there. So that's our target up there, right? Could there be a long inside of this? Yeah, there absolutely could be. All right, that would lead us up there. Absolutely could be right there. Okay. All right, right now we're just defending that previous high. So we'll see. But if this keeps lifting off, right? If this is going to fall, yes, we're going into dollar weakness. Okay. Now keep in mind, in these weird environments like this, if we continue to see the yen going up and then the euro starts to head higher as well, that's the carry trade wind up. That is risk on. Okay, and be aware of that. We're in the environment where that can happen, right? Because we've got the dollar yen in longs and the euro in longs, right? So if they start trucking higher together, super bullish, right? So here's the euro pulling back into its long setup. Okay, now this long on the euro, right, from our lows on November 5th to our highs. All right, and that's what we're falling back into. Now, we haven't confirmed it yet by breaking the short setup. Okay, we obviously had a big reaction when we got there. Okay, big rip, but we didn't break this larger short. But what we're watching for a trend change, okay, are these highs from this the halfway back on the week, right? There's our halfway back on the week right there. We've hit that target now. All right, we've hit that target. So we can just continue to trail this halfway back on the week, right? And it's early, right? It's only Tuesday. If we break these halfway back on the week at a support level, juicy, right? All we need is a break in that one pullback to grab, and then we can manage it, right? But that's all we need is to get in. I mean, you can buy this support. It's just you have to have a massive stop, right? You'd have to have a massive stop down here from here to here. All right. I'd rather let, on these big moves like this, I'd rather let it break trend and give me the pullback than try to buy this huge support. Right? That's a lot. Right? You'd have to lower your position size basically down to nothing. Right? So we'll see. But if we see this euro lifting off, right, and the dollar yen continues to rally, solid. Right? Okay, here's British pound. Still has room to fall into its pullback. Now it's 38.2s right here, so that's not too far. But you can see it didn't break the short from highs either. All right, so we're watching these short from highs. That's very technical, right? We're watching these short from highs, see if they break this. Once they break this, which they did, so now we can draw a highs to lows and see if we can't jump into that. All right, see if we can jump into this. I might actually jump into this. It kind of sucks that the euro's at support, but we'll see. Okay, but again, if these would lift off, we'd go from dollar strength. This is all dollar strength. All right, this is all dollar strength to dollar weakness. All right, it's just we're not there yet. Not quite there yet. Okay. All right, so that's where we're sitting. So let's take a look here. So we've got the VIX squeezing back into highs. All right, it did defend this. Right, it did defend that. So a break up here. What is that? 54, round up to 55 out of ticks. 60. So we'd have to break the 60s. Okay, and trade 65s for this short to break. If that happens, where's that going to put us? Well, we're kind of in a pickle because we're in order, right? So let me go back out to the continuous. All right, so on the continuous, our larger resistance level is above us here at these 1740s. So that larger resistance is that 1890 we've been talking about, 1890 down to 1590. That's that larger resistance level above us. Okay, but you can see this is a good look for the VIX, not a great look for the indices if we break this because we dipped into this low, right? So for trading view, you can watch the F contract because your continuous isn't going to look right. Okay. There we go. All right. So what did I say? 1740s up here, yeah. All right, so that's where we are. So we'll see. We defended that long. Absolutely, we did. And there we go. It's going to lead the indices down. Oh, don't hit that on-demand button. I hate this thing. What is this? Get off there. Okay. Banks trying to lift off, but it's still in a downtrend. I mean, in a larger move, it's in longs, but obviously we're making higher or lower highs, lower lows. Okay, so it's still in a downtrend. So we'll see, getting a little pop here. All right, so what's the ES doing? Falling back down into support. That's the VIX squeezing back into resistance. That's the ES falling right back into support. Okay. All right, so that's where we are. A lot going on here. All right, we got a lot going on. Okay, but right now it's Megan Trainor, right? It's all about the VIX right now. And if we break that, 54, 55, 60s. So we'd have to trade the 65s. Or are we going to roll back over and stay in this range? I don't know. We'll see. But if we do start to roll back over right here, right, we're just going to lift right back off the bottom of this range on the indices. Okay? All right. Okay, questions? Anything you guys might have missed? Anybody? 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 Everybody good? Okay. All right, very good. Remember, we got President Trump speaking at 2. Just be safe, right? Just be safe right now. All right. All right, very good. Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir. Yep, we're actually just going to wrap there, everybody. So thanks, Aaron. Thank you, everybody, for
Thanks,
tuning
guys.
in today. We'll be back tomorrow, 8:15 a.m. to do it all over again. So, like Aaron said, make sure you guys trade safe with the Trump speech later today. And we will talk to you guys all tomorrow bright and early. Peace out.